Marshall Jackson, Michael Jeter, Dwayne Calhoun.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. Did that was the number right? The number was right for Anita.
Yeah, it was right.
Okay.
It was right. I wanted her to go with this young lady to do a case today. She got to meet with Paul about 1:30 or maybe 1:50. And I told her I wouldn't be there, so I told her I would see if I can get Anita to come stay there with her. I said, "What's it about?" They said they wouldn't tell. She said they wouldn't tell her. I'm like, okay, we're gonna get in there. Huh? Well, she said she did ask. So I just told her, when you go in there, if you can't get nobody in there, just keep your mouth shut.
Right.
That's all. Right. Hold on, let me mute off for a second. Hold on.
Hey, Dwayne.
Yep. What's going on?
I'm all right. So look, are you you don't have to, I don't think, but you're not coming to vote on Saturday, right?
Nah, I mean, but if there's some stuff you want to have posted or do it a live Zoom or whatever, I can be prepared.
I was thinking about doing a live Zoom for the
but
it's probably too late for us to get information out. I was thinking about that.
I mean, you could do a Zoom. I mean, on your own.
I'm talking about, but yeah, we could. Maybe get something out to say the count will be on Zoom.
Right. Or the announcement, the count, all that. Yeah, I mean, in the top, you just call me when we.
Yeah.
You gotta have good Wi-Fi in there too, though.
Wash, you look pretty good, man.
You got your mute on, Wash. Take your mute off, Wash.
You muted. Can't hear you.
Okay, that right. How y'all doing, man?
All right, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm among the living.
All right.
Yeah, you look like you came from underneath that rock. You good?
Glad to see you up and recovering, brother.
That's for sure.
I was well, you saw me, Marshall.
Yes, sir.
I was at work yesterday. The Children's Hospital told me to come back to work last Wednesday, right? They just tested me on Tuesday. They told me to come back to work. I did a self-test, test positive. Then they told me to come back to work. Health department told me to quarantine until Friday. That's what I did. Monday I went back test negative.
Man, this stuff is wild, man.
Man, my whole department we got about at least 15 techs out.
And respiratory?
Man, yeah, they working over there with 3 techs on the floors probably about the last week and a half, because ain't nobody there, man. Everybody's sick. They even got the people, the administrators. Yeah, you be coming out here. It's gonna jump on your black ass soon.
No, damn, you ain't seeing me.
Yeah,
I'm not scared, boy.
Even the people in administration and the directors and all the supervisors who don't even go to the floors sick. So the therapists are bringing it down into the department. It's crazy.
Because this strain is easier to catch.
Yeah.
It may not be as deadly as the other strain, but it's easier to catch.
Yeah, it's
called fluoro something, don't they? Fluoro.
Yeah, it's friendly. It's a friendly, everybody friend.
I went up to a couple of weeks ago. I went up to the 5th floor, checked the speaker in the team room. The daggone nurse was in there. When she got ready to leave, she got up and put on a damn N95 mask. Put on one of her purple hospital masks first. Then she put on the N95. Then she put on a damn shield. before she went out the room.
Mm.
Was it something they not telling me?
Yeah, they telling you to be careful and put on everything you can. Because at the hospital center, I don't even think they let them have visitors now.
Yeah, they cut it out about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know they never did.
You used
Yeah,
to
they
have
opened
visitors.
back up. They opened back up the doors a while when they called themselves thinking they had control of it, but nah.
Because people was coming to the hospital without COVID, but was catching COVID while they was in the hospital.
Well,
So-
hell, children trying to spread this shit. I told you, they told me to come back to work. And I tested to self-test and tested positive the same day they told me to come back to work.
And you called them and told them, say, I
No,
tested
I ain't tell
positive.
them. No, I ain't tell them nothing. No, I ain't tell them.
I would have.
I just did what the hospital, what the health department told me
Health
to
department
do.
say, okay.
They took a quarantine till last Friday.
Yeah.
Stayed in the house.
Yeah.
I asked her, well, I supposed to do what you say or the health department? She said, no, do what we say because you work for a healthcare organization and we short of help.
Man, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't say that.
Yeah, that was occupational health. I asked her.
I believe
The health
you.
department told me to quarantine until Friday, the 8th.
Uh,
Do I listen to them or do I listen to you? She said, no, you listen to me. You listen to us
Okay.
because you work for a healthcare organization. The CDC said we can bring you back to work 5 days after your first symptom. And we short of help.
not if you still testing positive, though.
They don't, well, you know, with us, with children, if you test positive, even if they test you test positive, you don't have to take a test to come back.
Okay.
You don't have to show a negative test to come back to work.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Leon, did you go to the office the other day?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the office yesterday.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning, Miss Gloria.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Hey, Gloria.
yeah,
You doing the Super Bowl?
yeah. I got you on there.
Don't put me on there because you and
You
Smiley,
on there? You on there?
Smiley cheat, man. Nah.
Everybody paid, but you all Marshall done paid.
But I ain't paying. Take me off. Get my spot up because you and Smiley be cheating. I've never seen.
You know what? Talk to on there and
I
James.
don't care. On they might be in on it.
On there. Marshall was there when we pulled the numbers, right, Marshall?
Right. Marshall might be on it too.
No, he wasn't either. He wasn't even on the
There's
pool
no
for
way.
Dallas.
There's no way that 10 out of there's no way that 7 out of 10 times you and Smiley win.
Well, that's life.
Hey, hey, Dan, she didn't tell me that. I asked her that I wouldn't win. No, if you'd have won the money, I'd have gave it to you.
Right.
They tell me that they
But
want.
if you look at that, you see MS and GB, you know it's me and Smiley.
I
I don't have to tell you that.
Hey, Marshall, when she pulled them names, did she write it in ink or pencil?
She wrote it in ink.
Okay.
See, Dan.
So how much is it? $20?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you my $20.
All righty.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
How you doing, Miss Williams?
Yeah.
Good morning,
I'm doing
Kelly.
just fine.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Same to
Hey,
you.
You.
Happy New Year to everybody. I don't know if I spoke to everybody since the
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
How you
Miss
doing?
Williams, before everybody get on, tell us how I feel to be retired again.
Oh, it feels just simply wonderful, but I'm in the office today.
I see.
What office?
In the
Oh, you
union
are
office.
in our office today. Let me go knock on your door.
But this time next week, I'll be on the auto train. Well, Thursday, I'll be on the auto train
Where you
going
go?
to
Where you
Florida.
going? You going to Florida?
Yeah, I'm
take
going
your
on
car-
my
yeah,
winter
you take-
vacation.
Okay, that'd be good.
Uh-oh.
That'd be good.
Did you
That's
hear
how
me?
Yeah.
retired folks are. They go somewhere else for the winter.
Hey, Marshall.
Yes, sir.
In a couple of months, You might be asking me the same questions, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, we got another winter storm coming up. Everybody gonna want to leave.
When?
Yeah.
This week, they talking about 6 to 12 inches. Monday.
This weekend?
Sunday,
Yep.
yeah, Sunday through Monday.
Sunday into Monday.
This Sunday, okay.
You
'Cause
said 6 to 12 inches?
6 to 12, might be more.
Oh, shit. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm meeting this Saturday, so it's not supposed to snow on Sunday. I mean,
I
Saturday.
need to cut some trees down in my yard. Shit.
They say it's supposed to be a nor'easter.
Oh, shit.
It's supposed to start Friday night, don't it?
I think some areas Friday night, but I think this area like Saturday.
So if it shows up, Mike, you can come on over and shovel my snow, man.
Ain't no problem. I got a snowblower. As long as you got some electricity.
Let's go fishing, Leon.
Morning, Deborah.
Nah, man. I ain't
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Doing
Good
good.
Morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Wash, anything frozen is harder to pull up.
Right.
So-
No bullshit.
So Vanessa is not gonna be here because they couldn't release her because they're short in her department, and the lady who works directly with her has been calling out, so they weren't able to release her.
Oh, man.
People gonna be taking notes, but this we gotta remind ourselves that this is recorded, so she can get it and take the take the notes to have ready for the next meeting. But she called me. She texted me this morning. She called me because she didn't know if the lady was gonna come in, but her coworker called out, so they couldn't release it. I think she's the only one that notified me that she wasn't gonna make it. Okay, so y'all ready to get started? Maybe we can get out here early. I don't know.
Yeah, before the snow comes.
I ain't worried about no snow.
These meetings been going so long, we might use goddamn money.
Right. Okay, so Marshall, you want to start us off, sir?
Absolutely. Father God, we come today to say thank you. Thank you, Lord, for just waking us this morning and starting us afresh. Father, thank you for watching over us as we slumber throughout the night. Father, those who are not with us, Father God, we just ask that you just touch them in a mighty way, Father God, ensure that they're safe and sound wherever they may be. We just ask that we know that we have some members, Father God, who are sick and shut in, members who are getting hit by the COVID, Father God. We just ask a special blessing upon them as well. We welcome James back, Father God, recovering from the COVID as well, Father God. We're just glad that you took care of him while he was down and out, Father God. We just ask that all the business that we do here be an uplifting of you and your kingdom. All these blessings we ask in your son, Jesus' name. Amen.
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 All right.
Welcome back, James. Welcome back.
Thank you, brother.
Give me one moment.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Nene.
Good morning.
But while Dan's getting himself together, just want to say thank you to everybody for all your love and support and prayers that you gave me as I was traveling to California to deal with the baby and the grandbaby and my daughter, so she thanks everybody for the flowers you sent and the prayers that you sent for her, and I just can't say thank you enough because that was time that was definitely much needed. And glad I made it back home safely. Trying to get back home was a little bit of a challenge. Flight got canceled one day and then, delayed, the other day, but I'm back here safe and sound. So again, thank you for your support as I went through that endeavor.
All right, absolutely.
You're welcome.
Glad to have you back, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody that called me and checked on me as well, guys. Thank you very much.
Absolutely,
You
brother.
might call me up and we talked a good while.
No problem.
All right. I guess we'll be talking about that through good and welfare too. So everybody has the who's not on Barbara Taylor, Precious.
There's Precious now.
Is Precious now? Okay, yes, Precious now. So Barbara Taylor, who else? That's it? Okay, now we can get
I
started.
think Crystal's on.
Okay, so everybody has the executive board minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so the executive board meeting 12/8/2021 Attendees was myself, Vanessa Jones, Marshall Jackson, Michael Jeter, Leon Reed, Barbara Taylor, Tina Price. Tina not on yet, right? Gloria Bryant, Jane Washington, Rob Austin, Ornay Banks, Crystal Skinner, Deborah Davis, Precious Freeman. Excused was Carolyn Williams. Meeting was called to order at 10:14 a.m. and led with prayer by Michael Jeter. Executive board minutes was reviewed with the board and accepted. Ornay Banks made the motion, Michael Jeter seconded, vote was unanimous. So Larry Hawkins received her 2 days pay. Hewitt received her 3 days pay. Walter Hernandez check was mailed. We'll reach out to Mr. Hernandez to see if he received his check. Mr. Evans, no response on information has been received from him. Further discussions were held to Mayor Bolding to confirm whether she has agreed to accept the hospital center's offer regarding her returning to work. After several discussions with Ms. Bolding, it was decided to take her case to arbitration. First motion to give Ms. Bolding 2 weeks pay when she come back. Tina Price, Mike Jeter, vote unanimous. Second motion to adopt Ms. Bolding's daughter for the union's family for Christmas. This can be done whether she comes back to work or not. Tina Price. Second, Mike Jeter, vote unanimous. Paul Hagan stated the hospital center is not violating the new ruling impact workers extended vaccine deadline to 1/4/2022. They said this is not a law. Hospital center maintained that it is not the law. The hospital said you could go by that date or set your own date. They set the November date. The union's class grievance action, I guess, filed for violating under OSHA regulations. One member of PCT was denied because he was on leave and did not register with the DC government to be allowed to work. He was given info to register on the DC portal, and if cleared, maybe the hospital center will consider giving him the religious exemption. It was later found out they gave him the religious objection for his beard. Hospital has been informed they should consider giving him the religion because his religion is now saying he shouldn't take the vaccine. President D. Fields Jr. asked to move the class grievance case to arbitration to only keep it timely. Motion to move the class action grievance case to arbitration to keep it timely until we get more information. Vanessa Jones, second, Ornay Banks, vote unanimous. The party is going on as planned. Mike Jeter will give an update. Mayor Star Washington Hospital Center attendance bonus was received. The attendance bonus was delayed because the hospital wanted to give a $750 bonus to all the workers at the hospital center. When the attendance bonus, when the attendance bonus is supposed to go in, they try to put it in the 750 bonus. Try to put it with the 750 bonus, which caused an overload in the system, or it kicked out the attendance bonus. They asked for another additional paper to get it out. We agreed since we knew it was something positive they were trying to do. The hospital was contacted regarding PCT getting more money along with other positions. A copy of the most recent draft of the contract for hospital center was sent out to everybody. President D. Fields Jr. Ornay Banks and Marshall Jackson will review the contract and get it ready to be sent out for printing. We had the AFRAM meeting. We are looking forward to having the fellowship in January 2022. Financial report for the month of November 2021 was reviewed with the board and accepted. Motion to accept November 2021 financial report was Vanessa Jones, second, Marshall Jackson, vote was unanimous. Children's National Medical Center, Executive Board grievance cases. Deanne Welch, MCR team lead, data hire 2/2607. No prior discipline, grievance, suspension, and final notice for refusing to do work her supervisor asked her to do. Ms. Welch has been accused of threatening, intimidating, disrupting, COR, harassing, including sexual harassing toward patients and visitors and failure to complete work. Yeah, they threw the book at her. Assignment, Ms. Welch was asked by a supervisor to contact a patient to verify if the COVID test was canceled. Witness statements were received. PCT said she felt both parties were loud. Susan spoke with Marshall Jackson. She said both were loud and unprofessional. She couldn't hear what was being said, but her written statement said she heard Deanne say she wasn't going to do the work. The third witness wouldn't talk to Marshall Jackson. Ms. Welch admitted she did not do the work. The supervisor did the work. Per Ms. Welch, she never said she was not going to do the work. She was in the middle of doing a lot of other work. Deanne said she was just coming back from vacation. She had a ton of money on her desk, which someone did not do in the clinic. The doctor heard to schedule surgeries. and she had a patient the doctor was ready to see, which had been waiting. Per Deanne, her supervisor asked Deanne to do it right then. He was never trained and didn't have access to use the system, which her supervisor wanted her to use, but in the meeting, it was stated it was the same system, nothing was new. Per Deanne, she did tell the supervisor to ask a new person or she can do it. Motion to arbitrate Mike Jeter, second, Precious Freeman, vote unanimous. Beatrice Woodard, Children National Medical Center, data high 11/2/1998. Reading first written notice 5/19/21, employee conduct, Medwell Hospital denied grievance, was given an extension to 12/10/2021. Ms. Woodard was assigned to orient a new PCT employee on 7E IRU. The PCT met with the manager and reported concerns regarding her interaction with Ms. Woodard. The Orient felt dismissed by Ms. Woodard when introduced to her, and when she later asked Ms. Woodard if she was ready to work with her, Ms. Woodard said she did not feel she acted inappropriate with the orientee. She is willing to apologize to the orientee. Statement from the Orient has not been received, I guess. Motion to arbitrate Deborah Davis, second James Watson, vote 9 yes, 0 no's, 5 abstentions. Children National Medical Center, PG Rock, have joined the union effective as of November 16, 2021. PCTs went to join the union. Will be the next phase, meeting with neurodiagnostic group regarding the neurodiagnostic assistant position, EEG assistant position. No skill set required. All you need is a high school diploma or GED and on-the-job training. There are 8 modules on the website to take. Marshall Jackson will find out how many times someone can retake the modules. Children National Medical Center wants to do an equity view on the people in the lab. Shuttle bus not leaving on time. Marshall Jackson is still having conversation with the more info to come. Charge data specialist hours are changing, which is going into effect on the 13th. Shop stewards and board members are having issues with lack of responses from the hospital. Marshall Jackson is having discussion with Denise regarding this issue. More info to come. Hospital contacted Marshall Jackson for extension regarding Z. Zachary, discipline for time attendance. Ms. Zachary has resigned. Hospital wants to do an equity review for the facility department. It's been noted that some of the classifications were missing. More info to come. Issue with some of management putting their hands on members, being disruptive, discouraged, rude, intimidating behavior toward the members. Hospital has not been making the union aware of these issues. The members need to start making the union aware when this is happening. Met with the hospital regarding outstanding arbitration cases from 2018, 2019, and 2020. The hospital wants to throw these cases out. Marshall Jackson informed the hospital they will have to take each case and review on an individual basis. There will be more discussions regarding this matter to see how to resolve it. Marshall Jackson will address safety issues and concerns with the hospital. President report, email sent to everybody on the board, a negotiating team to review the contract, motion to donate $1,500 to delegate Veronica Turner. So on that was 1,500.
Got it.
Okay, we sent what, 1,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 1,500. Michael G, the second DRV vote 12 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Motion to donate 2,500 to West Virginia Strike Fund, DRV, second Deborah Davis vote 10 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions. Did we do that on A?
No, because I don't have the address where to send the money.
Okay, I'll try to get that then. Set up meeting for PCTs and the CV text. The plan is to set up tiers for the PCTs. Patricia Williams asked the union for a donation for the prayer for pennies. Motion to donate $500 to the praying for pennies. Vanessa Jones, second Mike Jeter, vote 12 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. Tina Price rescinded her initial motion regarding Ms. Bolden, 2 weeks of pay and to adopt her child. Mike Jeter second rescinded his. Motion to accept the hospital proposal and pay Ms. Bolden $15,000. Crystal Skinner. Second, Precious Freeman, vote 6 yes, 8 no's, and 0 abstention. Ms. Bolden case will be taken to arbitration. Committee report, Christmas ticket sales, Master Washington Hospital Center sold 289 tickets, 89 member tickets, and 200 guest tickets. Children National Medical Center sold 19 members tickets and 12 guest tickets. Decision was made not to cancel the Christmas party because the union would lose the $10,000 deposit as well as pay 75%. $63,750 for cancellation. Motion to give each board member 5 Christmas party tickets this year, 12/2021, Mike Jeter. Second, Vanessa Jones, vote 12 yes, 0 no's, 2 abstentions. Old business ballots went out today from MK election. ED Techs want to file agreement regarding the color they want for their uniform. I think that was their children. That they wanted to do the color. New business, ED Tech want to file agreement because the hospital won't allow them to choose their uniform color. That came up. Good welfare, Marshall Jackson's daughter is in the hospital. Good well wishes and prayers sent to Marshall Jackson and daughter. Motion to send flowers to Marshall Jackson and daughter. Mike Jeter, second Rob Austin, vote unanimous. Happy birthday to Rob Austin. I think that was January the 2nd. And then Crystal Skinner was January the 1st. Motion to adjourn, Tina Price at 4:56 p.m. Second, Mike Jeter, vote unanimous. So who is the fire tablet? That must be Tina. No? Who's fire tablet? Dwayne.
Crystal.
Oh, that's Crystal. Okay. Okay, you heard the minutes. What's your pleasure?
Motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
Probably moving second to accept the minutes. Question on the motion?
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I heard you say, and I'm trying to read it. Hold on, wait. I'm trying to read it at the same time. When you said there was a motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you said there was a motion made not to cancel the Christmas party, is that how you read it? I know for a fact it wasn't one. I know the discussion was had, but it definitely wasn't a motion.
Let me go back. What page you looking at?
I'm going to it now. I wasn't really looking at it. I was just listening to how you read it. So now I'm going to it.
Go underneath a committee report, Dan.
Okay.
Next to the last page.
This decision was made not to cancel the Christmas party.
Okay, just making sure.
I didn't say no motion, okay. Say decision.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. So the motion was made, was it second? Motion was about 1A. I don't know who second.
Mike seconded.
So question on the motion, question on the motion, question on the motion. All in favor, anybody against the motion? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Okay, so there's a couple of things I wanna go over. I did file the grievance for the class action. That's so I notified them that we were going. I hadn't selected the arbitrator yet, but I notified them that we were going for the class action. And there's some individual ones. This one, we're gonna have to, even if we don't talk about it at this meeting, we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to sit down with the lawyer to talk about how we're gonna proceed with this COVID stuff, because this is breaking new ground. So one thing that we think is that they should have sat down with us to talk about it, and they didn't. And we don't think that they were, we think they did it like a haphazard way. So we were gonna take the class, so we gotta take the class and the individual grievances, unless we come to some type of settlement on it. The other thing is, what you were here in the grievance committee meeting, you all know that you're supposed to, if you work in healthcare, the DC has a portal that you're supposed to register with or put your information in. So I hope everybody did that. And then if you ask for a religious or medical or whatever exemption, then you're supposed to get a response from the district government. So now the Marshall been keeping me up to date on it, and he said that they really backed up. A couple of people, the district government denied their exemptions. And we've been discussing what should happen when that occurs. So we might talk about that a little later, but I just want to bring that up. There was something else I wanted to, give me a moment. We have contacted the hospital about the hospital center about this PCT, and we still trying to set up the meeting. Paul went on vacation; he couldn't do it, and then we haven't been able. I was trying to get a meeting scheduled. Oh, Marshall, when Marshall went out, we kind of held it up too a little because we wanted. He and I have been going over it. We wanted to make sure that he was going to be available for the meeting. So as soon as he got back, we contacted him and told him we were ready to proceed with that. So we should have had it done by December, but things just started happening and we were able to do it. So but I'm trying to get a meeting scheduled this week, or not this week, definitely next week, to go over the PCT, which I think both sides are agreeable that something needs to be done with the PCTs. It's just how it's going to be done. We think it should be different tiers of PCTs. But we definitely look like I think they're going to get some type of increase. And with the CV techs, they're losing CV techs at the Washington Hospital Center. And what we found out is there's two groups of CV techs. There's the electrophysiology CV tech, which is located up on the 5th floor. And then you got the CV techs in the cath lab. Well, for some reason, the electrophysiology CV techs are graded higher than the cath lab CV techs. And the cath lab CV techs are telling me that they're basically doing the same thing, and that they can go up there and do the electrophysiology stuff, but electrophysiology is never called down to do theirs. And then when you read both of them job description, it says exactly the same thing, other than in the classification part of something, it say experience in electrophysiology. But naturally the CV techs are saying that doesn't make a difference. And so we're saying that they should, that the CV techs in the cath lab should at least be upgraded to what the CV techs in electrophysiology is making. So that's what that's all about. Now the contract, we did, me, Orne, and Marshall. Marshall, did you go with us? When we met with no, I think Marshall didn't go. It was me and
Not
Orne.
the second time, only the first time.
But Orne and I, we went and we got, Orne is proofreading it again. So y'all understand, it's not like you just snap your fingers and it's done. Because every time we done read it, there were changes. Now, I don't think the changes was made to in an intentional or malicious way, but it wasn't exactly what we agreed to. And when you get lawyers involved, they like to change the language. We do simple language. They want complex language, right? So we went back and told Paul it was about 2 or 3 pieces of language that it may have said the same thing, but it was written differently than what we negotiated. And we told them to put back what we negotiated because we understood it the way we negotiated. And so they did that. And then we wanted them to put in how you accrue the PTO and the PTO language in the contract. So Orne is about finished, I think. And we might go over one more time, meet her and Marshall, and then we'll send it to the printer to get printed. So that's where we at with that. We talked about, in here, we talked about the AFAM meeting. We were planning on having the luncheon the 8th, which was last Saturday. But I felt that we should cancel that because of the uprising of COVID and because of the weather during that time. Right before we had the snow. So I felt, as much as I love eating you all food, and much as it hurt me, I thought we should cancel it. And we can't, well, not cancel, postpone it till we postpone it. Now, we could either have it at a later time, but I found out, and I don't think we can do it because they're meeting on a weekday. But the national board, AFAM board, is coming to town, and they coming on a Wednesday, Marshall.
Tuesday, Wednesday, February 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday, February 22nd, 23rd. And they're gonna have the meeting here. They want to have their meeting here, which I don't think we have a problem with. They want to have the meetings at local 722. I was thinking about us cooking for them, but as you all know, during those days, there's no parking. And I don't think any way we can accommodate all the people coming from AFRAM and everything like that, to bring food and stuff like that. But if it was on the weekend, I was gonna say we put them together. That we cook the food, that the DC area cook the food for the Nationals and go from there. But I don't think we're gonna be able to do that. But while I'm on that, I would like to, for us to be the host, because it's gonna be at this office, and in being the host, I think that we should provide the food for this group. So if they're gonna be here 2 days, we have to provide food for 2 days. But y'all know AFAM is very, very important to all of us. And so last time we had it here, we had a great time. And Tina got the food and everything, and everybody really enjoyed it. So I would love for somebody to make a motion that we be the host and we provide what's necessary to have a good meeting and to show everybody a good time. Questions on that?
So before motions made, Dan, just let me say, I think we only probably have to provide food for 1 day, which would be the 22nd, because on the 23rd, we're meeting with Mary Kay. And I believe we'll be having lunch with them. And then I think people are going to disperse and go home after the meeting with Mary Kay.
Okay, so I thought both meetings gonna be here, but only one meeting gonna be here.
One meeting is going to be with Local 722,
And then
because the
one
goal
down
is
at
we
the-
have a meeting with Mary Kay.
Okay,
So they're just coming in a day early. We'll meet
Okay.
together before we meet with Mary Kay and the international, and then we'll meet with them. And I believe they're going to feed us that day that we meet.
okay. So we talking 1 day.
Yeah.
Okay,
I make a motion
If that changes, I'll let people know, but I believe that's the setup for right now.
okay,
so we need to make a motion to just feed it for that 1 day.
yeah.
Okay, I make a motion that we feed AFAM for that day.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Probably moving second that we provide the food for the National AFAM Board when they use the office for to meet. Question on the motion, question on the motion, question on the motion. Hearing none. Anybody against the motion? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passed.
So just real quickly on that, I have a meeting this evening, and when I'll get the information this evening. I'll get the numbers, because some people have already replied back. Yes, they're definitely going to be here. A couple people won't be here, but I'll get all the numbers for everybody. I'll get all the numbers this evening, and I'll report it back to everybody.
Okay, and I'll get back to you all if we're going to do if people for AFAM or somebody from AFAM, the DC Maryland group, we'll get back to you all if we're we're still going to have the luncheon. Maybe maybe they'll do the luncheon in March or April or something like that when it's warmer. If people still want to do it. Okay. Okay, we've had a lot of discussion about the mail voting. I thought we had a date set for Ms. Bolding. We got in touch with the arbitrator, a lady, her name is Andre McKissick. She gave us the date. She gave us some dates. And me and William King, who will be presenting the case, agreed to January the 20th. And, but we got a notice from the hospital center that they could not do January the 20th. So they asked the arbitrator for some more dates. And we're trying to keep our calendars open to be able to accept whatever date the arbitrator give us. But it's a two-party thing. So if the hospital center can't meet, can't take that date, then we had to get some other dates. So that case is still going. And there's more I could say about this case, but that's where we at. Okay. Because I think we could have had this lady back to work, but that's not here today. So the next committee report. So I just want to clarify something in the minute where it says ED Tech want to file agreement because the hospital won't allow them to choose their uniform color. Is that at Children's?
No, that's at the hospital center in the ER.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they was talking about it. I didn't file that grievance. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
They was talking about it.
I thought it was at Children's. Okay. So are they still talking about it or what? I mean,
No,
the hospital has the right to establish the dress code.
Right.
They want them to do it. So.
Right. I think they understand that now. I think they were just a little upset because they department told them that they was going to let them pick a color out, and they never did. They was kind of upset about that.
Okay.
Hey, when I talked to Alexis, she said they did pick the color. They chose the color that they got,
Okay.
and it was only a few people that had an issue with it because the ones I talked to said they don't care about the color; they just want to work.
Okay.
So it was a green color that whoever had a problem with, but other than that, everybody else was pretty fine with it.
Okay, that's like most things, Mike. The majority wants it, and the minority is going to raise a stink about it.
Yeah.
But you go with what the majority says. Okay, so I just wanted to.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
About the ED techs and the Washington Hospital Center. I spoke to 4 people that said they had a problem with it, but their most issue with having a problem with it was this bonus that the PCTs got. Not bonus, but this increase of money they got for getting new uniforms, to see if that's possible for the ED techs when they change their colors. Because like they said, they invested a lot of their money into getting these uniforms. And when the PCTs received this money to buy new uniforms, they were excluded. So when they changed this, how about we try to give them the same money that the PCTs got when we gave them more money earlier last year to buy uniforms?
Well, we can ask the hospital. I'll ask them about that. This is okay. Anything else? Okay. So this.
Dan, I think the hospital is doing something with the uniforms now because they sent out a mass email to a lot of people for this scrub website where you can go on and create an account and I guess to buy scrubs. I was going to talk to you about meeting with Paul and see what that's about.
Okay. I mean, it'd be a good idea to talk to them, especially if they change your colors in the middle of the stream. You know what I'm saying? Like they just come to you and say, now you only can wear this color, and I got to go out and buy this stuff. Maybe we can say the first time that they do it, they provide people with some type of financial help to get this stuff. So we can talk to them about it.
So I think that the overall scrub issue that Tina's raising is one conversation, and I think that the ER Tech scrub issue that Crystal's raising, Dan, I think we should have that conversation when we meet with Paul about the PCT job description changes and upgrades, because the ER Tech is part of that conversation. So I think that can be raised during that conversation.
Okay, then put that down in your notes to do.
I got it.
Okay, or remind me Put it that way. That's a good point. That's a good point. Everybody raised good points on this. Okay. Anything else? Okay. So let's move to the grievance report, right? Grievance committee report. So the grievance committee met on Monday, January the 10th, 2022. So y'all see we met on Monday, and I'd like to thank everybody who came, because I sent all of you all the notice in case you want to be on it. But I want to thank the people who came, because you know we usually have it the last Wednesday of the month or the first Wednesday of the month, and we weren't able to have it on those Wednesdays. So I contacted people and asked them, can they do Monday? And I sort of I was I dropped the ball, but I didn't give people ample notice, because I sent one message out asking people can they do it, and nobody said they couldn't do it. Matter of fact, everybody said they could do it. So I thought it was just done that we were gonna do it on Monday, but then somebody said, Dan, you never sent out the notice that we actually were gonna do it. So when I sent it out, people jumped right in, and we did have the committee meeting on Monday. So I'd like to thank everybody who was present. So the meeting was called to order at 6 p.m. by President D. Fields Jr. Present was Anita Chamberlain, Tina Price, Michelle Hamilton, Martha Jackson, Ruben Hurd, Orne Banks, and then Tracy got on to help me get the information and the contact people. It's good that Tracy gets on, because a lot of times we don't have all the information, and somehow she know how she can go into the records and find out when the person was hired, what they did, and all of that. So maybe one day I'll get her to show me. Do that mess. But the first case was Cornelius Washington. He worked at the Marystar Washington Hospital Center, Environmental Services, data 10/15/2018, termination. Motion was not to arbitrate. Martha Jackson, second. Peter Chamberlain, and the vote was 2 yes, 0 no's, 3 abstentions. So let me give you some information. Mr. Washington had a discussion with his supervisor, Mr. Friday, and he believed that Mr. Friday was harassing him. Mr. Friday kept asking him about, did he finish his work, things like that. So at some point they had a meeting. He was called into the office and they had a meeting. And I guess the meeting got a little heated. And according to Mr. Washington, he took his keys off and put them on the table, right? And in doing that, he said his badge came off too, right? Now the hospital is saying that they did not terminate Mr. Washington, that he resigned. They said when he was in the meeting, he took off his badge, threw it on the table, and then walked out the meeting. Mr. Washington, and this was at, I think Mr. Washington got off at like 3:30, and the meeting took place around 11. So Mr. Washington said when he left the meeting, he went to his locker to cool down and to throw some water on his face. And then he went back to the supervisor's office. They told him that he could leave for the day, right? So the hospital is saying that they did not terminate this gentleman, that he quit, that he resigned, he quit. And Mr. Washington saying it never was his intent to quit, that it was an accident, that his badge came off on the table, and he never said that he was resigning and quitting. But the recommendation of the grievance committee was not to arbitrate. Questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion not to arbitrate.
Do I hear second?
Yeah.
I'm making the motion. Do I hear second?
Second.
Mike, okay, Mike second. Probably moving second, not to arbitrate. Question on the motion?
Yeah, I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Does he have any prior disciplines?
No. No prior discipline.
So you saying that he just threw his badge down and said he quit?
No, he didn't say he quit.
Uh-huh.
Okay. He said that the badge accidentally came off.
Right.
Right.
Uh-huh.
The hospital said that he threw the badge or put the badge on. I don't want to say threw, but somehow his badge got on the table.
Okay.
And he walked out the meeting.
Leon, when we were talking to him,
Uh-huh.
you know, he said that he took his keys off from around his neck and put it on the table. So I asked him during the conversation that he was having with the supervisor, was there any particular reason that he went to give him, the supervisor, his keys? Because he never shared anything about the supervisor asked for the keys. There was never any conversation about he needed to go into, it was the work keys. He didn't have to go into any supply closet or nothing. So what was the point of taking the keys off? And he said he just couldn't explain why he had to take the keys off. But during that discussion, he did. And when he did, that's when his badge came off. And he said his badge and his keys is on the same lanyard. So it all came off, fell off accidentally, he said, when it went down. That's kind of how we landed there. And then the way Dan just said, when he came back after he said going to the bathroom, the supervisor didn't say you can go home for the day. He just said, you can go home. So not so much for the day, just said you can go home. And they felt like he could go home because he had just resigned, he had just quit. So he left.
And he didn't say anything. I mean, he didn't call back. I mean, how long was he out? Did he ever call back or try to come back?
He called me or something. I'm trying to remember how we filed the grievance. I don't even think they put him on indefinite suspension.
Okay.
But
how many days?
I told him, look, I told him that he was just talking, and then when he told me what happened, I filed the grievance. But I tell him, I said, man, it looks like you quit. He said, no, I didn't quit. He said, I never told him I quit. I never, anything like that. But when I called the hospital, that's what it was. He was out for a while and he was talking to me. I said, let me call the hospital to find out what's your status, right? When I called the hospital, they said, Mr. Fields, this man quit, right? And that's when I filed the grievance, just to keep it active.
Right.
Because I filed a grievance so we could, at least he could tell the hospital his side. But the hospital took the position, we don't need to hear his side because he quit.
So how many days was he out though before you filed?
I can't remember, Leon. I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Okay, that's all right.
All right, question on the motion? Question on the motion? Question on the motion. Anybody against the motion? Any abstentions? Okay, that's unanimous.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was having problems trying to find the button. Yeah, I have a question on the motion.
What?
Because
I couldn't hear
yes,
you.
I have. I said yes. I have a question on the motion.
Well, it's too late for the question on the motion.
To not to arbitrate. Well, you just that's all right. Go ahead, do what you do.
No, go ahead. I want to hear what you had to say. I really do. What you have to say? Precious? Hello?
No, you said that it was. You said that it was too late.
I just remember that you said you had a problem getting on. So
I had a problem.
What's the question?
Okay, because it appears as though silently everybody's saying, okay, the person quit and stuff, right? He said he never mentioned he quit because the thing comes about the badge that he had it around. He had it around his neck with the keys, right? And there's always a possibility that it did. He said he went to the bathroom, threw some water on his face, and he came back. Then the supervisor told him that he could leave. So what was the supervisor So the supervisor told him to leave because it was his impression that he quit without saying I quit. Most people like they gonna throw something or put it and they gonna quit. They gonna say, well, I quit because your badge, your keys, and I'm leaving out. It's no need for me to come back. So therefore, in my view, because the supervisor, they interpreted what they think as the man quit, but he said that
Hey, Precious, we can't hear. Let me, Precious, I can't.
Told him or nobody
Precious,
never
Precious,
said that
Precious,
this man said I
Precious.
quit.
I'm gonna text him.
Please.
And he even came back after putting water on his face or whatever. And then the supervisor told him, okay, well, you can't hear me?
So
Good.
I kind of understood what Precious was saying, Dan. Sounded to me what he said was that the impression of the supervisor was that the man quit because he took his badge and his keys off. But the man said his keys and his badge accidentally came off, and that's why he came back after he put the water on his face. And at that point, the supervisor told him that he could go. So what was the point of him coming back to see the supervisor after he put the water on his face if he had really quit? Is that about right, Precious?
That's 100% correct.
Okay.
Okay, so now, what Precious just said, do anybody want to change their vote? Let's do it that way.
Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called
Okay, hearing what Precious and what Marshall just
Medicare Part C plan, because
translated.
with additional
Do
benefits
anybody want to change their vote?
not covered under Medicare Parts A.
Don't seem like anybody want to change their vote.
People on Medicare but don't have
The next case is Ahmad Marshall.
everything.
Ahmad worked at the Maystar Washington Hospital Center, Environmental Services.
Good news.
Data high 10/26/2020. He was terminated because he was allegedly engaged in an unprofessional sexual act with another associate in the procedural area while working.
Insurance agent.
You
don't get Medicare Part C benefits.
The motion.
For your free 2022 no obligation.
I thought we did something.
Review.
Okay. Anyway, and they say got here. Dan need to talk to all of the nurse and the other nurses, if any, that came into the room. Nurse Mimi Assegdu in her statement did not say she saw them having sex. So then there was a motion to arbitrate. Tina Price, second by Anita Chamberlain, and the vote was unanimous. Okay, I thought we had tabled it, but I see now that we voted to recommend arbitration. This gentleman allegedly was in a room with a female coworker. And this nurse lodged a complaint saying that she tried to get into the room. And when she tried to get into the room, she had a hard time getting to the room because there was a trash can and a stool propped up against the door, which made it hard for her to get in the room. When she got in the room, she heard a man say, hold on, hold on. And she still came into the room. And when she came into the room, the nurse is saying she saw the female co-worker sitting on the lap of Mr. Marshall, right? And that when the female person got up to leave the room, she had to adjust or readjust her clothes. And so the nurse said that I think they were on the floor or something, and that she saw the lady get up off of the lap of Mr. Marshall. Now, Mr. Marshall says that he is gay. He has no interest in women whatsoever. So he said it was no way possible he was in that room having sex with a female coworker. This is up on the 3rd floor. And what it is that the lady involved, she does the first 5 rooms for lack of a better term, in that area. And then Mr. Marshall is charged with the second 5 rooms. And so Mr. Marshall say that he called his coworker into the room to help him get a sticker off the floor, right? And we asked, well, why would you call her in to get a sticker off the floor? He said that he couldn't get the sticker off the floor, and his coworker had these acrylic fingernails. And so he felt that she could get the sticker off the floor using her fingernails. And that's why he called her to come to that area. I think I had Dwayne put up the letter from the nurse, and it appeared that the nurse never said that she actually saw them having sex per se. When I say per se, like she didn't see any genitals, she didn't see his clothes off or anything like that. But she saw, trying to find the, I'm gonna get the folder. But I think Dwayne put up this statement from the nurse, and the nurse statement is what she told Paul Higgins. He asked her some questions, and she answered the questions. So, Dwayne, did we got it in the chat? We got it.
I'm going to upload it now.
Okay.
Can I add this, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
So when you see the statement, one of the questions that Paul asked the nurse was, did you see any sexual activity? And rather than answering the question yes or no, her answer was she saw the female getting up off the male's lap, and the male was holding his head down as if he didn't want nobody to see it. And then he asked another question where he asked, was their clothes on or off? And she didn't answer yes or no. She said that the female had on a pink lab coat, I think it was, and was adjusting her pants when she walked out the room. So she didn't specifically say, yes, I saw sexual activity. And she didn't specifically say yes or no to the clothes being off. And with the guy saying that he was openly gay, and everybody knows he's openly gay, he had no interest in a female. He wanted to make sure that we took that into consideration. The other thing he said was that there was distance between him and the female when the nurses, and he said nurses, because he said 3 people came in the room, but they only have a statement from 1 person. He said when the nurses came in the room, there was distance between them because he was standing in one area and he had a broom in his hand, and the female was bent over trying to get the sticker off the floor that he couldn't get up, because he said with the mop and all that kind of stuff, he couldn't get it up. And the female had fingernails that could probably get the sticker up. So she was bent over trying to get the nails up. So that's the way he described it for us. So I just want to make sure we got that part in.
Okay. So at this point, the motion was to arbitrate from the grievance committee.
So I make a motion that we arbitrate.
Second.
I've moved in second that we arbitrate the case of Ahmad Marshall.
Hey, Dan, what was his discipline?
He was terminated.
Okay.
Question on the motion? Question on the motion? Question on the motion? Hearing none. Anybody against the motion? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's unanimous. The next case is Teresa Mungathia. Now, Ms. Mungathia worked at the Master Washington Hospital Center. She's a PCT on 5 Northwest. Data hire 1/28/2019. She was terminated November 15th, 2021 for sleeping on the job. And if you go into we put that one up too, Dwayne, right?
Yeah, the picture of the bed, it should be in the chat.
Okay. If you go to the chat, yeah, Dwayne to everyone, executive, grievance, interview notes, Mimi. So he got the interview notes from Mimi, and he got the pictures, right? Let me see. I don't know how to get into this. And I think he got the pictures up. Okay, but there's pictures of Miss Mungathia sleeping in a patient's room. A patient wasn't in there, but sleeping in a patient's room with a blanket on and a heating pad, right? So no question that she was asleep in a patient's room. Now, Miss Mungathia works on this day. It's 2 days really. She worked on the night shift, 11:30 to 11 to 7:30 in the morning. Well, she may have been working 12 hours, 7 to 7. But the issue is this. The hospital is saying that Miss Mungathia was asleep while on duty. Miss Mungathia says that she was on her break, that she had notified the resource nurse that she was on her break. And because of the hours that she was working, because she just recently, within the last 6 months, was put on the night shift. They was rotating her. And she was having problems with the night shift because she said she got kids, she's going through a divorce. She got to help her kids with the schoolwork. And so it would leave her very tired. And Miss Mungathia also suffers from sickle cell anemia. And she said that's why she had the heating pad, because she would get cold. And so she did go into the patient's room with the blanket and the heating pad. And she also said that the reason she went to the patient's room is because their break room, when you go into the break room at that time, there's this nurse, Ellie, who's always in the break room with the TV up loud, looking at shows or something. And so it's hard to go to sleep in the break room. But she said she notified the resource nurse, which is, I think is Ellie also, that she was going to take her break. The hospital is saying that she did not notify anybody that she was on break. Ms. Mungathia said that she has at least one witness, which I haven't been able to get in touch with yet, that heard her at least one of these days tell Ellie that she was going on her break. The other thing is Ms. Mungathia says that when she would work 8 hours, she would get 45 minutes worth of breaks, which you're supposed to get an hour. And that when she was working 12 hours, she would take an hour break when she's supposed to take an hour and 15 minutes break. So she said she would never take her full break. She wasn't getting her full breaks. So we brought that up too. But so she said that she would have her alarm set to wake her up and she would get up. She also said that there are other people who go into the rooms and take her breaks and lie down, but she didn't want to give me their names. So I told her that doesn't help her. She didn't want to give me names of other people who was doing it. All right, so now, so they do have the pictures, very clear pictures. So there's no question she was sleeping in the room. But the issue is, one of the issues is, was she sleeping while she should have been working, or was she sleeping when she was taking her break? And I brought that up to the hospital because I said, if she was sleeping while she was on her break, then you can't get her for sleeping on duty. You can't get her for that. You might can get her for being in that patient room, but you can't get her for sleeping while she should have been working, sleeping on duty. And I try to put to them, I think sleeping while you're on duty is worse than sleeping in an unauthorized area, right? Now, the other concern I brought to them is that somebody took these pictures and they took these pictures on 2 separate times, 2 separate days, not 2 separate times, 2 separate days. So whoever took the pictures and they gave us these pictures, and the picture's supposed to be stamp dated, time and stamp dated. The pictures that we have don't have no time and doesn't have any date. So I asked for the pictures with the stamp, date, and time. They haven't given it to us yet. And I also asked them who took the pictures. And they haven't told us that yet. Because I told them if Ellie took these pictures and Ellie was in charge, if she was the resource person in charge, then the first time that she saw this, she should have awakened this lady or went and got somebody to witness her awakening this person. So she came in and saw the lady sleep and didn't do anything, then I tried to make an argument that she was condoning this action, right? And so not only did she do it, she did it once, she did it twice. She took these pictures twice. And neither time did she attempt to awaken Miss Mungathia. And neither time did she attempt to awaken Miss Mungathia or go get a witness or whatever. And so she just gave them these 2 pictures. And based on the pictures and based on Ellie telling them that Miss Mungathia never told her that she was going on break, the hospital terminated Miss Mungathia. Now, the grievance committee recommended to table it, I believe. Let me go back to that picture. Table it because they wanted me to try to talk to the nurse that Miss Mungathia said she heard her tell the Ellie that she was going on break on one of those days, at least one of those days. And I think that was, and they wanted me to get the pictures. I think it was also they wanted me to get the pictures with the date and timestamp. Okay, but the motion was to table. So what questions do you all have? I think I did I cover everything? Grievance committee?
I got a question. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think so.
I got a question there. You said that the supervisor took a picture 2 times on 2 different occasions when she was.
Wait, I want to say this, Dion. We don't know who took the pictures.
Okay, well, but you got 2 pictures.
It's 3 pictures.
And they different times. She was
sleeping. No, I don't know because the picture that they gave us has no date or time on it.
Okay.
If you go into the chat box, I don't know if you're able to do it, but if you go into the chat box, you can see the pictures. There's no date and no time on these pictures. Okay. There's 3 pictures. But there's no date, no time. It doesn't say what phone took it. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't have a phone on it. So we don't know who took it. We asked who took the pictures. They wouldn't tell us. And I told them if this lady, Ellie, who was the resource person, took those pictures, then I have a problem because after she took the pictures, she could have awakened this lady up the first time and say, look, you can't sleep in here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or you sleeping on the job.
Right.
In which the lady could have told her then, so it's almost like, so, I try to give them the worst case scenario. I said, it looked like to me, maybe I shouldn't tell y'all because I don't want y'all to believe what I said, but I said, it looked like they tried to set this lady up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's one of the arguments that I tried to make. Right, but they never woke her up 2 times. They were like almost 2 days in succession that she did this. It wasn't like this 1 week and this week. It was like she did it one day and then she did it the next day, or a day went by and then she did it.
Right.
Now, Miss Mugatia said that she didn't know you couldn't go into the patient room and go to sleep. And the hospital is saying that they tell people that because if you go in that room, you are breaking sanitation of the room.
Right.
You know how they clean the room.
Yeah.
If
right.
a patient came up there, they had to re-clean that room. That's what they're saying.
Mhm.
That's what they're gonna bring up in any arbitration we go, that she violated the sanitation of the room and all that stuff. But Ms. Mungeta said she wasn't aware that you couldn't go and take a break in those rooms.
Okay.
So we were waiting on this information. So we just recently met with the hospital. And so they haven't responded yet. And they haven't given me my information. So I'll request that information again. But that's where we at. And like I said, if we can prove that she told the supervisors that she was going on break, that's different than being in an unauthorized area.
Right.
Okay. And my thing with them was that, okay, if she's in the unauthorized area, suspend her.
Right.
But if we were able to prove that she was on her break, that's one thing. But they're saying that she never told the supervisor that she was on her break.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Mugeta said she never take a break without letting the supervisor know, because they don't have set breaks. They
Right.
come when they can get them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we at. So what's y'all pleasure? Any other questions?
I make a motion that we table until you get the information, if you can get some more information about if she told somebody that she went on break or not. And see if you can find something more about those pictures.
Second.
Right here. Okay. Probably moving second. There's no question on the table. Anybody against the motion? Any abstentions? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay. I have one grievance. Wait a minute, somebody sent me a. Okay, so Barbara Taylor says she won't be able to make it today. So we let the minutes reflect that. She's asking to be excused. I got one grievance meeting scheduled for Friday. Scheduled for this Friday. And at 11 a.m. And that's Tanisha Jasper. Tanisha Jasper is the lady who's being accused of having sex with Mr. Marshall. So I was finally able to get her meeting scheduled. So that's Friday at 11 a.m. Because I know Kevin likes to attend those. Well, Kevin not likes you, but Kevin usually attend meetings when it's involving the environmental services. So Kevin, that's Friday at 11. Leon, we filed that grievance on Taisha Sutton.
Yeah.
Marshall. The hospital has rescinded that discipline.
Okay.
Okay. Now I told Miss Sutton, but the other day she called me because she said they wanted to talk to her. And she asked for a union representative, and they say, well, it's not about, you're not going to get disciplined. It's not about any discipline.
Right.
When they got in there and talked to her, they talked to her about her attitude and stuff like that. And she feels that she's being retaliated against because she won her case. So I told her that she might need to contact employee relations, or maybe we'll set up a meeting with employee relations because they shouldn't call her in there to talk about that issue. It was over with.
Right, right.
So we'll look at that also.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Trying to think of anything else. Yeah, Leon.
No, I didn't say anything. I said that was good for her.
Okay, okay, but hers is settled. And really, she didn't have to do too much talking because I didn't think they had any information on her, and they messed up. They procedurally wise, they did something wrong. So I told her not to say anything,
Mm-hmm.
and so she was ready to talk, but I told her, look, you don't have to say anything.
Right.
Because I don't think they had the grounds. I think they procedurally messed up. It's either timeliness or something that they did.
Okay.
So she didn't have to say anything, and then they rescinded it. I told her the other day, I got a copy. I thought I brought a copy down for her. So that's that. I think that's it. If I think of anything else, I'll bring it up. So I know we usually have an agenda to go, but I like to always go to Marshall so he can give his report, or whichever one is ready to give their report.
Ornade's is shorter, so if she's ready, she should take hers.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
ready.
Okay.
December's financial report. We had a dues income of $154,673. Our expenses, the mandated per capita taxes. SEIU per capita tax was $32,776. The Maryland State per capita tax was $1,554. The Metropolitan Washington Council was $1,502. And the Council 54 was $5,182, which gave us a total of mandated per capita taxes of $41,015. Our professional services, legal was $5,000. Arbitration was $62. Our IT services was $4,850, which gave us a total of professional services of $9,912. Member services. Executive board reimbursement was $3,484. The newsletter was $16,943. Our activity committee was $92,188. Office cleaning was $240. Retiree was $400, which gave us a total of member services of $113,256. Our office expense. Rent and parking was $7,543. Telephone and communications was $2,892. Postage was $8.70. Office supplies was $305. Lease, maintenance, and insurance was $116. Our apps and subscription was $670. Our bank service charge was $636, which gave us a total of office expense of $12,171. Miscellaneous. Flowers was $181. Refreshment was $81, which gave us a total of miscellaneous of $263. Coke contribution was $500. Christmas bonus was $3,000. Contribution was $1,518. Dues reimbursement were $4,062. Our office staff administrative services was $4,359. Disability and life insurance was $1,742. Medical and pension benefits was $66,811. which gave us a total staff of $72,912. Payroll expense taxes was $3,270. Wages was $39,545, which gave us a total payroll expense of $42,816. Personal reimbursement was $435. Travel was $1,737, which gave us a total expense of $303,602, which means we overspent $148,928. And underneath the activity committee, the reason why that amount was so high because it was paying for the holiday party, the workers, the DJs, the door prizes, and the security that we had. The bank service charges, the reason why that was up so high because we had to renew our membership with American Express credit card. Let me see, was there anything else?
So, Monet,
Yes.
and group, I'm gonna have to put you on mute for a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna take about two minutes. Okay. All right, thank you all. So look, I had a question about the financial report. So there's something in here we got to double check. And for full disclosure, if you go back to the medical pension benefit, right? For those of you looking at it, that was $66,811. And that's way too much. So I just wanted to check what was happening. And that's because they say that we didn't pay our pension benefits. And I know we've been paying that pension benefits. So some of that money may be recouped as soon as we can figure it out. So the financial report is correct. This is what we paid, but we hopefully will get some of that money back once we show them our checks that we've been sending in to them. And this is not the first time this has happened. They have lost checks and misplaced checks, and then we will send them money, and then they'll reimburse us when they find it or when they recuperate. So I just want to let you all know that. Okay. So on it, were you finished with the report?
Yes.
Okay. So any other questions on the report? Okay, so what's your pleasure? Oh, the other thing is, if you look at the net operating income, we were under by $148,926. We're still, to my knowledge, we're still haven't counted the money for
Ticket sales.
Right, for the ticket sales. And so we want to make sure we account for everything. And so the next month we'll be able to give it, one day or whoever will be able to give a report on that also. So questions?
Hey, Dan.
Uh-huh.
All right. What was the total for the Christmas bonus?
$3,000, I think.
For the Christmas bonus?
Yeah, I think.
That's because some checks were cashed in November and some was done, and some checks were not cashed. They were written, but all the checks have not been cashed. So they're not recorded. That's why you don't see all of them.
Okay, because the only reason I said I was just looking at the Christmas bonus, I just times it times 14, so it should have been like 30,000 or something. So
yeah,
that's
right.
Okay. All right. That's all.
Oh, y'all so rich, y'all not cashing y'all checks?
Shit, mine was gone before I had it.
Okay. Any other questions? I thought it was kind of low too, Mike. Any other questions? No more questions? So what's your pleasure?
So I make a motion to accept the report.
Right, second?
Second. Good.
Probably moving second to accept the financial report.
By who?
Mike. Mike seconded.
Me and somebody second. I don't know who it was.
I heard you.
It was somebody else. We times two people said.
Put Mike down. It was Deborah though. Put Mike down.
Okay, Deborah. Mike and Deborah. Question on the motion? Question on the motion? Question on the motion. Hearing none. Who is against the motion? Abstentions. That's unanimous. Can you all hear me? Marsh, raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay. Because everybody's just like the whole noise stuff. Okay, so that's the financial report. Marshall, you ready?
Yep. So actually, I'm gonna start with something that's not a children's report. I'm gonna talk about Prince George's County because Prince George's County is giving out COVID testing, free COVID testing, home kits. So today and tomorrow are the 2 days that they're giving them out. So at different community centers, they started at 10 o'clock this morning. So Hillcrest Heights Community Center in Temple Hills, West Philly Community Center in Upper Marlboro, Kentland Community Center in Landover, Cedar Heights Community Center in Capitol Heights, Langley Park Community Center in Hyattsville, Southern Regional Technical and Recreation Complex in Fort Washington. And then they're also giving them out. So they're giving them out at those locations this morning at 10 o'clock, and then again tomorrow at 8 a.m. while supply lasts. And then also, well, let me stop and then finish.
What's that place in Capitol Heights? Which one in Capitol Heights?
So in Capitol Heights is the Cedar Heights Community Center.
Cedar Heights, okay.
1200 Glen Willow Drive, Capitol Heights. So that was at 10 o'clock today, and then 8 o'clock tomorrow while supply lasts. So I can tell you that whilst I've been sitting here on the call, Kim went out to the West Philly Community Center in Upper Marlboro, because that's the closest one to me. And by the time she got there, she said the line was about 5 miles long, so she just came back home.
Good.
So if people are gonna go out, they want to go out early to try to get the kits. And they're saying that there's 2 tests in each kit, and you can get a test for each person in your household. They also have kits that they're giving out at libraries today and tomorrow. The libraries today and tomorrow, today will be from 3 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. and tomorrow from 11:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And again, it's while supply lasts. So it's the Laurel Branch Library in Laurel on 7th Street.
I'll get them later.
The New Carrollton Branch Library on Riverdale Road. The Oxon Hill Library on Oxon Hill Road. The South Bowie Library on Hall Road. And the Spalding Branch Library in District Heights on Old Silver Hill Road. So again, that's at 3 o'clock to 7:30 today. And again, tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. while supply lasts. And I know that I had some information. I don't have the locations in front of me, but there's 2 places in Virginia. One is in Chantilly and one is in Fairfax, where they're giving out test kits as well for families for free as well. So we'll get that out there, because if you got somebody in your home who can help get out there and get kits for your house now, if you're in the county, then you may want to get somebody. The 10 o'clock is, I might as well say, is over, but the 3 o'clock, then they may want to get in line early. We may still be on this call, we may not be, but if somebody else can go out there, that might help out. Anywho, 3 miles instead of, I'm sorry, 3 miles instead of 5. Okay. So,
Marsha,
yes.
the Spalding Library, you said they was giving it out just today or tomorrow too?
I'm sorry, James, I can barely hear you, man.
The Spalding Library in District Heights, did you say
Right.
they was just giving it out today, or they doing something tomorrow too?
They're doing it both today. All the libraries are today at 3 to 7:30. And then again tomorrow from 11:30 until 2:30.
Okay. All right, good.
Yep.
Marshall,
Yes.
lines were short at the Kentland Community Center this morning.
Oh, Kentland Community Center was. You know how you, well, it's on this list, yes.
What's that address, Jack? Kentland.
Hold on a second. Kentland Community Center is 2413 Pine Brook Avenue, Landover. It's kind of over near the PG County Ballroom. Folks know what the PG County Ballroom is.
Okay, we got you.
Carolyn got something, yeah.
Oh, should I get the Congo in there?
Yes, please. Bring something for the Jeter family.
Yes. Yes, you can go if you want to go. Or you want to wait till 3 o'clock and go to the library, whichever one you want to do, no matter. All right. Okay. Anywho, All right. So I'll start with children's. I think I want to start with this shuttle issue because I've been still fighting with HR about the shuttle. And as you know, I've had a chance to ride the shuttle myself and have, had a negative situation, just like everybody else have been reporting, where the shuttle did not leave on time like it was supposed to. And I didn't have a situation where the driver said that they wasn't leaving until the bus got full. However, it was time to pull off on one of the days, and the driver saw somebody go into the parking lot, and so he went to take off, and then he stopped. So he was going to wait on that person, and when that person came out, they didn't come to get on the bus. So that was an issue. But the end game, for me, is that although the shuttle service keep telling the hospital that they're doing everything according to schedule, according to policy or procedure, they're not telling the truth. And, I was originally arguing with HR because we had members as well as shop stewards and executive board members who were saying that what the parking office is saying is not true, and HR wasn't believing it. So I was hoping that if I rode, and I tried to get Denise to ride the shuttle with me, but she didn't want to ride the shuttle with me. But I've rode the shuttle a couple of times since I've been back, and still had the same issue that I had before I left to go out of town, where the shuttle is not operating like it's supposed to. And with that being the case, I'm arguing now to have occurrences dropped, because people are getting disciplined, are getting these occurrences as a result of the shuttle service. So I didn't even get, into arguing the mere fact about the change of route. We had that conversation already. So that's one issue. But if nothing else, if you tell me that the shuttle is going to leave at 8 o'clock and the shuttle don't leave until 8:15, that's a problem, because that shuttle not leaving to 8:15, no matter what route it came. I was on the shuttle in time enough to get to work for 8:30, and now I might not be. So that's the argument that I've been making more so now than ever before. So we're still arguing about that. The other thing is, again, I'm trying to get someone from HR to come ride the shuttle themselves, because part of the disguise, I guess I'll call it, is that most of the people on the shuttle didn't know who I was. So they didn't know I was monitoring the shuttle service. The shuttle people didn't know me. Those people who was on the shuttle that I saw people that I recognized from Children's, but I didn't really know them. So we didn't have a whole lot of dialogue or nothing like that until after we got to Children's. And then the issue where sometimes the shuttle will drop you off at the emergency room door. So that's a good thing, because as soon as you come through the door, there's a time clock that people could punch. But if they don't drop you off at the emergency room door, because sometimes they took me up to the front, all the way up just about to the street and dropped us off there, then you had to come through the building and come back to the time clock. So sitting in traffic, waiting to move up from the emergency room door to where they drop you off causes a little delay as well. So, everything that people have been saying, I've been able to witness myself by riding the shuttle. So I'm hoping that, HR would take that into consideration and we do something different about the shuttle and the occurrences that people are getting. But we're not there yet. But we are still communicating about it. Next up is the lab. I think maybe a couple months ago, I reported back to you guys that the hospital said they were having a hard time hiring people into the lab positions because LabCorp and Quest were paying phlebotomists more than what we were paying. So they wanted to do an equity review. They increased people's salaries. And we also had people who had been hired, but they were able to do part of the work in the lab, but not all the work in the lab. So there was an issue with mandatory overtime. And some of the people, because they weren't qualified, or I say qualified, or trained to work in all the areas, they weren't, part of the group that had to do the overtime. So they said that was an issue because of training. They didn't have people being trained. They didn't have people doing any training. So the more senior lab folks didn't want to do training because they didn't get preceptor pay for training. So now they've been offered preceptor pay, and they've increased the salaries for bringing in new hires and so forth. They haven't hired anybody new just yet. They have a couple people in the pipeline, but the training that should have been taking place for the last couple of months haven't been taking place. So as I talk to the workers in the lab, they say that some of the issue is that they're just so short-staffed that management is not pushing them to do training. They're pushing them to do the work and get the work done. So my argument with them has been, if technically speaking, you were originally going to be training 5 people at a time, well, you can't do 5 people because of your short staffing, then I think you should be training 2 people. You know, somebody should be getting trained now that we have a system in place and there's people willing to do the training, the preceptor pay is there. So some training should be happening. And, you know, they sent me a document showing the training schedule, but the reality from the workers is that ain't nobody doing that training. So I'm back to fighting with the lab about this training to get these people taken care of, because mandatory overtime happened again throughout the holidays because of this very issue. And, you know, so people had some concerns about that. The next department was respiratory. So we've been having issues in respiratory where there's a shortage of respiratory therapists compared to the patients that they have. So the therapists, of course, believe that they are overworked because they have too many patients per therapist, and they're short-staffed. There's coordinators who could be stepping out and helping them do some of the work, and the coordinators are not doing so. And the therapists, there's a couple of therapists who had issues where they have a career ladder where they go from a respiratory therapy 1 to a 2, from a 2 to a 3, and so forth. And they've met the criteria, but they didn't receive the increases. So I've been kind of fighting about that as well. Those who had the issue with the increase, the meeting the career ladder criteria, that part has now been rectified. One person, they just was impatient, didn't allow time for the increase to kick in. The other person, their packet wasn't completed, but they were given additional time to complete the package, and they should be getting their increases on this next paycheck coming. But the issue about the staffing is still an ongoing issue because they've been, you know, increasing and decreasing bonuses, you know, to try to get therapists to work additional hours. So some people are, some people aren't. People are kind of waiting till they increase the bonus high enough before they'll say yes, they'll come in and work. But the end game is that we don't need the bonus money. We really need to fill the voids. We need to hire more people. So they supposed to be doing a different mechanism of trying to recruit from other areas, because they're offering signing bonuses to hire respiratory therapists, but some people have come and interviewed and saw the working conditions and then said no to even the signing bonus. So they got to do something different. So we're still working on that. I've talked a little while back also about workers from the data entry specialists. So the data entry specialists have been working off-site, and now they have to work on-site. So there was an issue about them coming together, going out to Dorchester to work out there. Their issue was some of the working conditions, the ventilation system out there, the fact that there's not real social distancing out there. And some of the people, you know, apparently someone had tested positive for COVID and came into the workplace, and the staff wasn't aware that the person was positive until later. So they all had concerns about that. So how the hospital communicates with people when a staff member tests positive is a concern, because we understand that, you know, Marshall Jackson tested positive for COVID, and the hospital shouldn't go out and blast Marshall's information out there because he's entitled to his privacy. However, if Marshall is working, you know, alongside of Leon Reed, then Leon needs to know that somebody in the workplace that he's been in contact with tested positive. Now, they may not have to tell Leon that it was Marshall, but they should tell Leon that somebody in the workplace that he may have come in contact with tested positive, so he needs to be tested and so forth. So people have concerns that, the hospital is not communicating with them at all or timely to give them that information when a coworker has tested positive and they're in the mix working with them. So that's a concern, and we're just still discussing that, because the way the policy is stated in my conversations with both OC Health and infectious disease and legal, they are obligated to let you know that you did come in contact with somebody who was positive. And it doesn't matter whether they tested positive, they got positive, they became positive by community association or work association. It doesn't matter if they were positive and they were in your workspace and you became positive, you began to have symptoms. They need to make you aware that once they know that someone in the workplace was positive. So, how managers are communicating that information, apparently everybody's not on the same page, putting it out the same way. So that's a concern that we have to address, and I'm trying to get it addressed. I'm gonna come back to COVID in just a minute, because it's on my paper down a little further. There was a concern brought to my attention about a department, a blood donor center, where management was putting out the schedules. And as you know, when the schedule is posted, it should have a start time and end time. So it'll say Leon Reed works from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. or 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So in the blood donor center, it was showing a 7 a.m. start time, but not having an end time. So management was using that as a ploy so that if they needed mandatory overtime, nobody's schedule had an end time. So they would, at the last minute, tell people they had to do mandatory overtime. So they, of course, said that wasn't the case. That was just an error, but it happened on more than one schedule. So I got a meeting set up for next week in Blood Donor Center to talk with the person who handles the schedule and to try to work through that process, because members, are complaining that they don't know when if you come to work today, and if everybody says that you have to live by the schedule that's posted, the schedule that's posted don't have an end time for you. So when do you go home? How can they say you left earlier, didn't leave earlier, you did extra hours or whatever? So trying to get to the bottom of it, I'm working on that. The warehouse. So out at the warehouse, there's an issue that was brought to us about not having a time clock out there. So the issue was, we have a member who got disciplined for being tardy, and his tardies was just a couple of minutes, so you got a 6-minute grace period. They disciplined him because he got 7 minutes. He was late 7 minutes or 8 minutes or something like that. And they don't have a time clock. So they've never had a time clock. This is not the first location that the warehouse has been in, but those who've been there for years, they said even in the other locations where they were, they never had a time clock. So they all punch in and out on the computer. And the management ensures to enforce that the workers shut the computers down every day at the end of the shift. So when everybody goes home, all computers are supposed to be off. So now the workers are responsible for getting to work, coming in, turning the computer on. Once it loads up, as you know, technology is a little slow. Once it loads up, then you have to log onto the site just to get onto the computer. Then you go to the Chronos site where you can log in at. That takes a minute. So it doesn't matter if you did to log on onto the computer or log onto the Chronos site. If you plug the number in or a letter in incorrectly, I mean, I could be using Marshall Jackson and I forgot to capitalize the M and it don't let me in. I got to start over again. So those are some concerns that happens when you got to log onto the computer, log onto the site, and then log on to where you can punch in. So that by itself could make you late, right? So that's forcing people to actually be at work sooner rather than when their start time should be. So they're at a disadvantage from those people who just come in and use the time clock. So we think that's an issue. The other thing that they were having a problem with out there was that during these winter months, and it just happened during this winter, which is just starting, but over the last few years, they've had the same kind of issue where sometimes there's a power outage. So if there's a power outage, that too can cause the computer systems to be down or cause a slower process to get in. So we're working to try to get a time clock out at the warehouse, one, but those individuals who had disciplines for punching in late on this computer, we have a grievance file for the one individual, but I'm talking to them about the whole department because some of the guys may not have gotten a discipline, but they may have received an occurrence for the same issue. So I think that it needs to be resolved, and I'm kind of pushing to try to get them all resolved, in that department so that they're dropped, especially the young man who was disciplined. But all of them should be resolved, should be dropped, and they should put a time clock out there so they have to punch in and out like everyone else. Because we've had some cases where an individual punched in on the computer instead of on a time clock, and management tried to discipline them because they don't want you punching in on the time clock. I'm sorry, on the computer. They want you to use a clock. So if they want you to use a clock in the building, we think they should be using the clock everywhere. So that's the position that I'm taking and trying to get HR to buy into. So more to come on that as well. Last month, I talked about the outstanding arbitrations. We're not done with that. Like I said, last month, I sent them some information where I was requesting information on some of these cases. And I think we talked about the Victor Marino piece, because I said to them, you have Victor Marino terminated for this incident, with the police department, but you don't have any documentation to support it. The discipline says that he had this accident, and his license was suspended and all that, but they haven't provided me with any proof that his license was suspended or rescinded or whatever. There's no proof that says that he was involved in an accident or anything that they provided. So there's several cases that they have not provided me with the information to support their argument. And I had information that they wanted that they didn't have. So I've sent them the information that I had that they needed, but they haven't sent me the information that I needed, that I requested. So we're still, in limbo about that. Next week, I'm supposed to meet again about the outstanding arbitrations. So hopefully I'll have some follow-up after that meeting on those cases we've already talked about, because there's still some on the list that we haven't talked about. We didn't talk about all of them the first wave because we had scheduled a meeting for 2 hours and we spent that time just fighting about these cases that we did go over. So there's still others to go as well. And as you know, we've had a couple of cases recently that we voted to take to arbitration. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't fall behind on those, so they have a long laundry list like this one that I'm trying to catch up on. Next thing is the transport paramedics. There's been an issue where the management is trying to change the schedule in their department. I mentioned to you guys a while back about them supposedly having some SEIU documents that they were using, and we knew nothing about them having documents. And they provided me with the document that they were talking about, but it's not an SEIU document. It's just that it's a schedule request, and they have one that says SEIU and it has one that says DCNA, because they have the nurses and SEIU in the same department, and they use a different document for each one of them. So that's all it was. It was not a true official document that we necessarily had to have approval of. But the issue with changing their schedule, we're still having discussion about, because some of the paramedics as well as the ECIC workers have questions about how they're assigning the hours. So it's like they don't really have a system, and because management reserved the right to schedule, they should be fair about it. And they don't, the workers don't think they're being fair about it. So I've met with one group, the ECIC group, to talk about their concerns. And I have a meeting scheduled with the paramedics to talk about their issues, then bringing them together to meet back with management. Because I did meet with management and they provided me with a copy of the change that they want to make. So I've shared it with the one group already. They had questions, and I'm going to share with the other group to see what questions they have before I meet back with the transport management team. So that's ongoing as well. Let's see. So I mentioned last month, might have been 2 months ago as well. The hospital is creating a new position in EEG. It's a neurodiagnostic assistant, and the only requirement is to have a high school diploma or a GED. Basically, it's going to be an on-the-job training kind of situation. There's some modules that you'd have to go on the computer and take these modules to get trained, and then there'll be on-the-job training from the EEG techs themselves as well as management. And they finally, once we approved the position, and I was able to see what the training looked like and how long you kind of got in your 90-day probationary period. That's when you'll take these as 9 modules, and the modules is only an hour and a half long. So you'll go online, you'll go through it. You actually have a couple of opportunities. If you failed something, you have to retest on just those things that you failed. You get to review again before you take the test again. And then, of course, the on-the-job training, you'll be signed off by the EEG techs to say whether or not you're qualified or not to do the job. So of course, I've talked about the EEG techs getting preceptor pay since they're not listed in here in the contract about precepting. Since this is a brand new position and they'll be training these people to assist them, then I believe they need to get preceptor pay as well. But the other thing is that the position just got posted. So the position are now posted. It went up December the 23rd, and they're open now. There's 3 positions that are posted, and it just says day, evening, night. So they're not sure if they're going to have day to night rotation or just have one person on day shift, one on evening shift, one on night shift. But it's 3 positions that are posted, and it just says day, evening, night. But it doesn't say, the word rotation is not there. So I kind of questioned about that, and I haven't got an answer on that one just yet. So we'll see. More to follow on that as well. But if anybody's interested in changing a position, I didn't write it on this paper, so I don't have it in front of me, but it's in the office. I don't remember exactly what grade they made the position, but I'll get that back to you because they did tell me. But yeah, that's it for that position. The next issue was the rehire policy. I actually had a young lady contact me because she had she was having some family issues, and she was trying to do FMLA, and she didn't have time to get FMLA processed, and so she resigned. And she's been gone now for about 4 months. And now her emergency situation is squared away, and now she's ready to come back to work. Her position is still open. So she applied for her position, and she was told that she could not get her position back. They would not rehire her because she had an active discipline. So I wasn't positive about that. So I had to check. And I think me and Crystal had some conversation about that as well, because she had a kind of similar scenario where someone was concerned about the rehire process. And the way the policy reads is if you have a discipline that's active when you resign, you're slated as a do not rehire. So if that discipline is within the last 12 months when you resign, you can get rehired. And I kind of gave the example where I was like, okay, so I can be an employee who have the greatest evaluations that the hospital has ever given, but I have a discipline for a written notice for time and attendance that happened 9 months ago. And now 9 months before I resigned. And then here we are a year later, I would like to get rehired at Children's. can I not be rehired? And the answer is yes, I cannot be rehired. Oh, I'm sorry, the answer is no, I cannot be rehired. Because when I exited Children's, I exited with an act of discipline. So they said it doesn't matter what the discipline is for. If the discipline is active for 12 months, then you can't be rehired.
Marshall,
Yes,
is that Children's policy or that's in the contract?
that's Children's policy.
Right, okay, now, I just want to be clear. Now, everybody else may be clear, I just want to be clear. Did the lady resign or she wanted to leave? She resigned?
Yes, I resigned.
Okay,
I didn't get terminated.
right,
The discipline I have is a written warning.
okay, I got you,
9 months before I resigned.
right. And what she wanted you to do? She wanted you to what?
She wasn't positive that they were telling her the truth. So she
Okay.
wanted to find out from me if they were telling her the truth, that she
Okay.
couldn't get rehired. They
Okay.
said that was a policy and they sent her a copy of the policy.
Okay. All right.
I got a question, Marshall.
Well, I got a copy of the policy as well.
The only issue she would have is are they consistent? Does it say you will not be hired? Or,
It says you're not eligible,
okay, but they
not eligible for
apply
rehire.
that to everybody, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
So how long will you be not eligible?
You're never eligible to be rehired, the way they described it.
You kidding, man?
That's what I said, the same thing, Leon. I said, so 5 years from now, I still
Right.
not won't be eligible.
Right. I'm thinking after 12 months or after the thing is usually dropped for a worker, then you should be eligible. But
That's why I used the example when I was talking to him about a year later,
right.
because I felt like if it was 9 months old when I resigned, that's a short period of time. And then I was gone for a year
Right.
and I applied to come back. Now I know that based on the contract, I can't get my seniority because I've been gone for over a year.
Right.
But I should be able to get rehired. And their response is, no, you can't be rehired because when you resigned, you had a discipline. You have to not have a discipline in order to be rehired.
And that's just Children's. That's not Met stuff.
That's Children's policy.
Okay.
that's cold. That's cold-blooded, boy.
I
It
totally
is.
agree.
That's
Because
cold-blooded.
I gave the opposite example where I said I can be a piss poor employee, got the worst evaluations that Children's have ever given out in the history of Children's, but I don't have a discipline when I resign. I can get rehired, and the answer was yes.
I'm eligible for rehire.
I'm eligible for rehire.
Okay, right, I got you.
Yeah.
That's now, for those who want to know, my understanding at Mary Washington Hospital Center is that I think unless it was gross misconduct, even if you got fired.
1 second.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that.
That's all right. I was saying at the hospital center, unless it was for gross misconduct, and even if you got fired, I think after 5 years, you eligible for rehire.
So
So, I understand. I'm just saying that because I think that's what Leon was looking at too.
right. So
You-
now that I have a copy of the policy, I was going to be sending it over to King and having a discussion with him to see if that's something that if it's the hospital's policy in the next contract negotiation, would that be something we might want to put in the contract to try to help the worker? So if they left, they would be able to come back. So not sure if they buy into it, but I just want whatever we can do to try to benefit the worker. I want to try to do that.
Yeah.
So want to have a discussion with him about it.
Okay. Okay. Well,
All right. The next thing it was COVID. I said I'll come back to COVID. So there was a conversation about the hospital not being consistent on how they're handling people who test positive for COVID. So there's a couple things. The biggest question that I had was, once OC Health tell a person that they can't come to work, do they get an occurrence? And in some areas, managers have been giving people occurrences. In other areas, management has not been giving people occurrences because of the way they're coding it when you talk to them. And that's where the problem first arose and was brought to my attention. So if you took that screening tool that you have to do every day and you failed the screening tool and OC Health said, Marshall, you can't come to work for 5 days, 3 days, 10 days, whatever it is. For that number of days, I should not get an occurrence. That's the policy. You should not get an occurrence if OC Health tell you not to come to work. So that's the screening tool part of it. Then I went further to talk about when a person tests positive, when a person tests negative but have symptoms. You know, it's the same question. If OC Health tell you not to come to work, you should not get an occurrence. So now that was the answer, you know, for me, that was pretty clear. Then it got to, how do I get paid when I don't come to work? So if you don't come to work and the screening tool or OC Health told you not to come to work, then you should be entitled to use your sick time, your ASLA, your vacation, or leave without pay, whatever you got.
So, Marshall, they're not giving them liberal leave like they are at the hospital center?
So no, we don't get liberal leave. However, that's what you're supposed to use, right? Then the hospital is doing, they call it contact tracing, to determine if you came in contact with somebody at the hospital. And like I said to them, there's no 100% fail proof that you can really do that. But taking their example of what they're doing, they're saying, if you came in contact with somebody at the hospital and they can prove that after you've used your sick time or vacation or whatever, they will convert it back to administrative leave under workers' comp and reinstate whatever leave you had already used. They will put it back in your bank. But they have to do the tracing to find out first. So in that conversation, the way they described it was Marshall worked in the ER. Marshall worked for 12 hours on the D side, these particular rooms, and no patient, no staff member on the day that Marshall was working came up positive. So when Marshall reported that he was positive or had symptoms, he must have contracted it out in the community. So that doesn't work well for me, because I could have gotten it when I took a patient to X-ray, or when I took something to the lab, or if I went around the corner to Central Supply to pick up some supplies. I could have got it when I went to the cafeteria. So there's multiple other places in the hospital I could have gotten it, but their position is that that's the way they're tracing, right? So just like they're checking to see if there was a patient that was positive, they're also looking at, was there another staff member in that area where Marshall was working? And if a staff member was positive, then Marshall could have gotten it from that staff member. So with that, now Marshall has been traced back to say he got it at work. So even though he didn't get it from a patient, he may have gotten it from the other staff member, who may have gotten it from the community, or who may have gotten it from a patient on a different day when Marshall was off. So with that, because Marshall obtained it from the staff member, he still got it from work. It's still admin, it's still workers' comp. So it doesn't matter if you get it from a patient or a staff member. If you obtained it at work, then it'll be transferred back to workers' comp and admin time. But initially, I'd have to use my sick time, vacation, leave without pay, ASLA, or whatever, to get paid. So of course, I've asked the question, what about those of us who've exhausted all of that? Because we had this mandatory time off y'all made us take. So I've used up all my vacation and my ASLA and my sick and all that. I ain't got nothing. So those days I would have had leave without pay. They would then give me some pay the compensation I would receive from workers' comp during that time that I had to leave without pay. So I would get reimbursed it that way. So that's the way they're tracing it, and that's the way they're paying it. So still, and it's still not a resolved issue because everything is still evolving with the government and legal. So just as, you know, and James can share with you his story, but just like they changed the quarantine time from 10 days to 5 days, they've changed the CDC have changed that to say that healthcare, people who work in healthcare, you know, because of staffing issues, you know, you can come back earlier than somebody else. You know, the system is changing across the nation. So they're trying to be in line as much as they can, but it's steadily evolving, and they don't really know what the end game is going to be. So there'll be more to come on this as we go. As I get more information, I'll share it, but that's kind of where we are right now. And I know when me and James was talking, it was like the PG County said he should quarantine for one time, Children's Hospital said he should quarantine for a different time. So there was a bumping of the heads, you know? So at the end of the day, you know, James quarantined according to the time that PG County told him, you know? So again, the question for me was twofold. Does he quarantine for the time he was, that longest period of time, which is what he needed, one. And then the other thing is, how does he get paid and does he get the occurrences? And he should not get the occurrences, you know, regardless, as long as occupational health says stay home. So I know that was a lot, but more questions about COVID.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. In my situation, I had sent them an email saying to them that as far as I'm concerned, and Local 722, is that they're not following due process to protect people in the hospital from being exposed to COVID. And the reason I said that, Marshall and group, was that I had 3 people in my shop test positive the week before I did, or maybe a week and a half. And the protocol or the procedure is that when someone tests positive in any area in the hospital, EVS should be called to come in. They told me qualified, because we had this issue before when someone came up positive in our shop last year, and they made the supervisor made the staff clean the shop, scrub with bleach and all that. So at that point, I contacted infection control and I contacted HR and said, asked them, should facilities be treated any different from any other unit in the hospital, to where when we have people test positive in our area, that we don't have qualified people from EVS come in and do the COVID cleaning. They said, yes, you're correct. So fast forward to my situation. My supervisor had called EVS the week before I contracted it and asked for COVID cleaning. They came down 5 days later and just wiped stuff down, never scrubbed the floor. Now, the process, part of their cleaning process at Children's for COVID is they bring in this infrared light and they go leave it in the area for amount of time to supposed to kill the bacteria that's not picked up by the cleaning. Well, they didn't do that until 2 weeks later, right? And when I told them, when I tested positive with them, they called me a couple of days later and asked me a couple questions, you know. And I asked them, they asked me a couple of questions about who had been around me and whether I had been within 6 feet of somebody, whether eating or not without a mask. And I gave them one person's name, and he's from Trinidad, so I don't know, might be a communication gap there, but he was telling me they ran him through a whole bunch of mess. But in any event, you know, I feel like they're when they telling people that you can come back after a certain amount of days, and they're saying you contracted it in the community because you wasn't around anybody that had the virus. Well, are they forgetting, Marshall? Or has the data changed on how you can contract this? Because earlier with the COVID first came out, they had information that this virus could remain on surfaces for a certain amount of time, right? So that being said, why are they not taking that in consideration, even though you haven't been around a person that had it? Like in my case, I hadn't been in close proximity, but I was working in the shop doing going in places, getting material on a computer and things like this where these guys had been. You understand what I'm saying? So there's still a possibility that I can pick it up that way. They weren't too, they wouldn't want to agree with me on that. They didn't deny that you still can get it from surfaces. In other words, in other ways than airborne.
I got you. And I got that down with me after you and I talked about it. I got that down for my next meeting with them.
And also, I want to share with the group what I shared with you guys. They told me to come back to work on a day after I got the COVID testing, and I went did a self test that same day, and I was still positive. So they was gonna bring me back to work positive and told me I didn't have to take no test. And then I went and did the test on Monday again, and it came up negative. But that's and that's why I haven't told them, the hospital, that. Now I'm not gonna tell them that I came up positive the day that they told me to come back to work because they short of help. I mean, it's crazy.
Okay, I think I saw Leon was trying to speak as well. So Leon, did you have something?
No, that's okay.
Okay, and I think I also saw Rob.
Yeah, something similar like what Walsh was saying is going on the same in dietary, because it seems like 2 or 3 people come back, 2 or 3 people go out. You know, what I'm saying, with the same thing with the COVID, and like you said, they trying to see it's been contracted these other places, but you can't tell me that then all the same 2 or 3 people that's going out has been around the same people that that just came back. And like I said, we don't have anything where, like, like he said, where our area has been treated that way either, as far as being wiped down and, infection control and stuff like that either. So it seems to be a problem with that. And also when you said, like, as far as with the calling out and stuff like that, so you think it is better for them to go through that COVID testing system thing that we log into when they do call out maybe with the symptoms, or you think it's that they still should call their regular call out line and say it through that way?
They should, every time you do the COVID screening, you're supposed to contact OC Health if you fail the COVID screening. So if they tell you that you have to stay home, then you still should call the call out line, because they're expecting you to be at work and they may not have gotten the information from OC Health yet.
Yeah, I'm saying I know with the COVID screening, that's more better for them as far as getting occurrence and stuff like that. I mean, either way, like you said, if I did it the other way, they would try to give me occurrence, but because right now I can tell you a lot of people ain't even logging into that thing no more.
Yeah. Yeah, doing the COVID screening and getting that response from OC Health is going to be helpful.
Okay. That's all I have.
Anybody else?
Well, that's another thing, Rob, is about the COVID screening. There's a lot of people that is not doing it, but the hospital has been sending out emails and putting it on the newsletter that you still required to do it. And Marshall, some managers are enforcing it and some isn't. A couple managers in my department, Kevin Rosendahl especially, he's enforcing it and he's threatening people with discipline that are not doing it.
Well,
Yeah, I said,
if they're asking
I
you
said,
to do it, you need to do it. Because we had the case with to Larry Hawkins, who even though she tested negative, it was the wrong test, but she tested negative. When she clocked in, you still have to answer those questions. And if you don't answer those questions and you got it, then you're gonna be in trouble because they're gonna say you didn't follow the protocol and you didn't do what you're supposed to do. And that's gonna be their way out. So we should tell our members to answer those questions. Whether those supervisors are enforcing it or not, you need to do it because if something happens, they're gonna hold you accountable. Because they're gonna say, we went back, you didn't answer these questions, blah, blah, blah. So we want to put our members in that boat. So if we can, we need to let them know they should follow the protocol.
So y'all have the same system, Marshall, over there at Children's, that they have to answer questions when it comes to the time clock?
they have a COVID screening test that they have to do every day before reporting to work.
But you know what? Some of the people at the hospital center, they be having symptoms. They'll come in thinking they can get tested and go back to work. But once we tell them, once you get tested, you can't go back to work until 24 to 48 hours. They be like, okay, well, some of them say that their supervisor's not going to let them go. Then some of them say, well, we short. Like one guy told me he was the only person working in his department because his whole department is out. My department, we had 4 people out. But one thing about my department, when each one of the young ladies went out, they all texted everybody in this group chat to say, hey guys, I tested positive. Just want to, let you all know so people that wanted to get tested can get tested.
So yeah, we're trying to make sure that everybody's on the same page because, just like we had those folks who don't want to come to work, we got folks who want to come to work, some because I've exhausted all my time. So even if they told me to stay out, I understand I need to stay out, but I got no sick time, no vacation. I'm getting leave without pay for being out. So I'm making no money. So people want to come to work. I mean, I've also had a group of folks who were in this situation where they were working, teleworking for a while, and now they're back on campus. So the lady said, okay, well, now I've tested positive and I'm out, and now I got to be out even longer, but I've exhausted all my time. I got to leave without pay. So can you just let me telework? So it's like up to the manager whether or not they say yes to her teleworking, is what her thought was. But then the process says no. Once you test positive, or once that COVID screening says for you to stay home, you can't work. So with you not being able to work, if they say yes to you because you're in a job classification where you're positive, but you can do work from home, and then I'm in a job classification where I can't do work from home, then it's a biased process. If both of us tested positive and they let you work from home because you don't have no time in your bank, but they can't let me work from home because I don't have no time in my bank either. So, we got to be on the same page, to try to make sure that all the members are treated fairly, but treated the same, so it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's one system for all, so it's kind of hard to have it written in a manner in which, one group can do one thing and one group do something different, so, that's tough. Looked like you was about to say something else, Tina. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So what's the time frame at Children's that they're telling? Because I heard, if I'm not mistaken, it's two different, Mr. James was saying something about the hospital gives you a certain amount of time to be off, and then the government gives you a certain amount of time to be off. How long is the time out when you test positive at the hospital at Children's?
So the guidelines just changed to 5 days. That's what I was saying earlier. The guidelines changed to 5 days. It used to be 10.
Okay, yeah, that's about the same with the hospital.
But PG County, when you go through the PG County system to get tested, their system is still saying 10 days. So the CDC guidelines have said 5, but the PG County is still sticking with 10. So it's kind of wherever you land.
You got to do PG County because they can establish it as long as it's not less than what the CDC said.
Right.
Now, Marshall, maybe you've seen it or heard about it. Maybe you or Dan or one of the other executive board members. I kind of caught something earlier that Mayor Bowser is supposed to be doing something in the district now, following along with the healthcare workers. Is it some type of new thing that they're doing with the the healthcare workers?
So with healthcare workers, that's why you had to put your stuff into the DC portal. If you work in healthcare, whether you have a license or don't have a license, if you work in healthcare, well, actually, if you work in DC, they wanted you to put your stuff in the portal to say whether or not you got a vaccine or not. So I was going to get to that next, but where Children's is with that. But anyway, you have to put your information in the portal, and then the DC government is saying, DC Health is saying whether or not you receive an exemption or don't receive an exemption. And for those who don't have testing, they're trying to get you tested. So that's kind of what's happening. So the end game to that, what I was about to get to next, the next thing on the list was where Children's is as far as the exemptions. So right now, legal and HR at Children's are still in discussion about what happens in the event a worker is denied an exemption from the government. So currently, Children's was giving people exemptions for religious reasons, for medical reasons, and for moral reasons. And if Children's gave you an exemption, as far as they were concerned, you're covered. So when I reported a few months back, Children's told us that all of SEIU members are covered, either got a vaccination or got an approved exemption. So we didn't have to worry about anybody being disciplined because they met the criteria by the deadline. Then the DC government said that people had to submit their stuff to the DC government. The DC government, now you send your stuff out. For those of us who have a license, you received an individual letter sent to you personally saying that you had to get a vaccine and submit your information into the portal, and that the government had the right to suspend your license if you don't meet their criteria. So those people who work in healthcare who don't have a license didn't get the same letter. So from my perspective, there's two systems, because if Tina don't have a license and Marshall do have a license, and we both submitted our stuff, if neither one of us got the vaccine, neither one of us requested an exemption, the government can rescind my license. There's nothing to rescind for Tina because she don't have one. So what are they going to do? So far, what legal and HR has been telling me is that the DC government have been sending out, they're slow, they're behind. They notify them that they're behind, but they have been sending out notifications to the employees who have a license to let them know if you requested an exemption. They let you know if you got the exemption approved or the exemption denied, no matter what reason it was for, but they'll let you know. But so far, they have not contacted Children's Hospital to tell them that someone was denied. So Marshall's license could have been suspended because he didn't meet the criteria. He didn't get the vaccine, nor did he even request an exemption. But either way, they have not reached out to Children's to let them know that Marshall got denied. They've reached out to Marshall to say he was denied. So now me and Dan was having this discussion because it should be Marshall's obligation to do what he needs to do to stay working. So if the DC government told me that my license was suspended, should Marshall go to work? Should Marshall contact Children's Hospital to say that his license has been suspended? Marshall got to make that decision. If Marshall don't contact Children's Hospital and tell them that his license was suspended because the DC government denied his exemption, should Children's Hospital discipline Marshall in some kind of way or not. So they're taking on the liability if they know that my license was suspended and allow me to work. They don't take on the liability if I never tell them that my license was suspended and I just keep going to work. Because if something happens, children's just thinking I have a license, and then I do something that's inappropriate and it could cost the hospital, they're gonna put the burden on me once they find out that the DC government suspended my license. So am I obligated to tell them? So that's where an issue, might be. So people have to concern themselves with that as well. But right now, as it stands, from legal and children's, no person at children's have not been notified by the DC government for anybody at children's that they've been denied. At this point, even if the DC government contacted children's to let them know that Marshall was denied, children's have not made a decision on what they're going to do if Marshall was denied. So they don't know.
Let me ask you this. The people who have received a letter from the DC portal that they've been denied, does DC give them or state to them in the letter that they got so many days to get the vaccination shot, or it don't say anything about it?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Because I don't have a letter myself, and the people who I've talked to so far haven't answered that question for me.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. But so far, children's have said that between HR and legal, they're still in discussion, but they have made no decision about disciplining anybody if they were approved by children's but denied by the government. They have made no decision on what they're going to do when or if that situation occurs. So, and at the time that they make the decision, they'll let me know, but currently they haven't made a decision. But they also let me know that thus far, the government have not contacted them to tell them that anybody has been denied. And we know that it's been more than the 45 to 60 days that they said they will have a response to people. It's beyond that already. So some people may not have been communicated with yet. Some have, because I know some who have, but the employer, Children's Hospital anyway, have not been informed by the government. All right, next up on my list. Any more questions about that before I move on? All right, so next up on my list is we had talked a few months back about the dues calculation. So as you see in each of the newsletters for the last few months, I've had dues calculation written in there for people to see just how it's supposed to be done, how it's supposed to be calculated. So Children's is still working with the Cerner system to get the system fixed so that the automatic dues calculation will happen. So Marshall just got hired today. Marshall makes $10 an hour. He pays $2 in union dues. That dues is automatically deducted. Marshall get a 3% increase in pay. Whenever Marshall get that 3% increase in pay, the system automatically increases his dues by that 3%, because the dues calculation should still be the same regardless of what I make. So that's how it's being devised now, so that the 1.85% is calculated off of whatever it is that I make, so that when I get increases, my dues, if they're supposed to increase, it will increase up until the max that we have currently at $70. So I talked to you guys about how they said that it was not happening. They knew it wasn't happening. It would have had to been done manually, and they're building a system in Cerner so that it can be done from the computer. So they're not quite done with it. They said they're looking like it may be happening in February, March, before it'll be up and running, but they are still working on it. So that's one half of it. The other half is, as you know, we reached out to you guys, board members, shop stewards, to send out names, gave you names to reach out to members who are not paying dues. So the dues calculation is one issue. The other is there are members who are still not paying dues. So some of you guys have reached out to people, contacted them. They've sent in their applications and they've been being processed and so forth. Others have not. So we mailed out applications to them and asked them to return them. And we did not get responses from a lot of people. At Children's, I believe it was about 90, 95 people who we did not get responses from. So we reached out to Human Resources and had them to reach out to those people to say that you got to fill out the application or be termed. So if I'm correct, I think Tracy's still on. I believe we got about 50 people, 50 applications back since we've done that. It took us a little while to open up these sheets that they had sent us, but I believe it's about 50 people who have contacted us so far off the list that we gave Human Resources. And HR have gotten them to sign the application and send it back to us. So we're at least halfway there with that group of people. So again, if you see workers in the workplace, new people in the workplace, we need to get them applications. And it becomes an issue because when we talk about the election, you know, a member, in order to vote, you would have had to have your current dues up to date in the month preceding the nomination meeting. So nominations was in November, so in October, you would have had to have dues deducted. If you didn't, then your name didn't hit the list to get a ballot because you're not paying dues. So I just looked at it from the quick glance to say, these 90 people who we sent applications out wouldn't get ballots, right? So they didn't get to vote. And then when I look at that, you know, if you looked at the list, and it was like some of the people have been employees since 2016 or 17 or 2005. Some people, it's been that long and they're still not paying dues. And I'm not sure how we got to a place to where they went that long without getting an application done. But no matter how we got there, this is where we're at. So we're doing the best we can to try to get as many people to fill out the applications. But I believe, and I told Human Resources when they gave me a little pushback, I believe that we dropped the ball when they went away from having the new hire orientations. So when everything became online orientation, then we didn't even have an opportunity to come to the new hire orientation to meet people and give them an application. So now relying on people to see some new person in the workplace and a shop steward talking to them and giving them a application. And, you know, so that's where I think the big disconnect was. Now, of course, going back to 2005 or 6 or 7, you know, I can't use that same argument because it wasn't that far back when they stopped the new hire orientation. But, you know, it was, you know, fairly recently that they stopped it. But at any rate, you know, we are getting some back. And so that's a good thing. But we still got a ways to go. And their time is pretty short. They only got pretty much a few more days before they have to turn them in. And HR, just to be honest with you, HR gave us pushback about wanting to do it because they felt like they didn't want to terminate anybody because they're short. So we're so short-staffed that they didn't want to terminate anybody. And then of course they definitely didn't want to terminate anybody during the holidays at Christmas time. So they gave us some pushback, but they did do it, and we have been getting the numbers back. So that's been a good thing.
We have 54.
So we got 54 out of the 90 that we
back.
sent. So we're moving. Any questions about that? All right, I know I'm long, so bear with me. I'm almost.
Marsha, I think you froze up. Can other people hear me?
I can hear you.
I think he froze.
I think he's frozen.
Can somebody, let me call him. He might be talking. Marshall.
All right, can you hear me now?
There you go. There you go. Okay. Don't worry about the call. That's me telling you.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
Okay.
Yeah, it rebooted me.
Okay.
So I was saying that in facilities department, me and James have been talking about some job classifications where the hospital was saying that they are having a hard time retaining and hiring new people into these positions. So they want to do a market equity adjustment, for these job classifications. So it was the building automation specialist, the electrician, and the HVAC 1 and HVAC 2 positions. And, first off, we had some issues with them going back and doing the HVAC 1 and 2s and building automation specialists because they had just did them. And we didn't feel as though, and when they did them, they also resulted in the majority of those workers getting increases. And you had positions like the plumbers and the painters and the electricians, the carpenters, who they had not done. So we felt like you're doing one group twice when you haven't done the other group once. So got a little pushback from that. And so they're going to be looking at the other group. They try to tell me that they've already been looked at, but I'm still pushing to make them look at them again. Since they're looking at these others again, I'm pushing to make that happen again. So we're not there yet, but still working on it. But with the group that they did want to do, it was a total of 23 workers, and their end result is 19 out of 23 is getting an increase. And some of them, it was like the hospital did not want to give them an increase at all. So I was able to get them to give them an increase. Others, they wanted to give them a certain amount of an increase, and I was able to get them more of an increase than what the hospital was initially offering to get them. So we're pretty happy with that. It took a while to make it happen because of all the back and forth, but that has worked out. So I just signed off on that and send it back to Maureen and not Maureen, to Maggie and Denise, so that can happen. So they should be getting that soon. Halter techs in cardiology. So the halter techs had contacted me because they were having issues where the cardiology clinic has really gotten humongous. So it has gotten very large. It used to be on the first floor. Now it's up on the third floor now. It covers a huge area in the hospital. They've added additional cardiologists. They've added additional PCTs in the unit, patient care, the patient access reps to do the registrations, nurses. They've added everybody except the halter techs. So, they had concerns about the workload that they have. The hospital has opened a few additional off-site clinics as well. And with the off-site clinics, that added more to their patient load as well. So these guys are responsible for not just, connecting and doing the recordings of the cardiac patients, but they're also responsible for reading the recordings and giving the responses to the physicians in a pretty timely fashion. But they've also added some responsibilities to them where they have to do billing, for everything now. They didn't used to do the billing, and now they're doing billing as well for the work that they're doing. And then they also, when COVID first hit, the hospital didn't have anybody who was doing stress tests at the hospital. So they added the stress test responsibility to the halter techs as well. And recently they hired somebody to do the stress test, but periodically when the person who does the stress test now are either out on vacation or out sick or something, the responsibility comes back to the halter techs again. So of course they think that their workload has changed and they need to, get an increase, get upgraded. The other thing is with technology, as with the other technology throughout the hospital, the technology that they use for the halters, have changed as well. That's been upgraded. So they have 2 new systems that they have to use, and they had to get some training on the data and how to use the equipment and so forth. So although that's, their job, it's a part of their job, the training that they received, one, they felt like was insufficient, and they had to go out on their own to get some training. When the vendor came in to offer them the training for the new equipment, the vendor said it should have been a 3-day training. And instead of having 3 days, they got 6 hours, and that was it. It was 6 hours in one day. And during those 6 hours, there was multiple interruptions where they had to leave the training and go out and do patient care and then come back. So, you'd miss part of the training. So on their off time, they contacted the vendor representative to try to learn how to use the equipment. So, they felt like they should have been compensated for the off time training that they were getting. So I've been having some discussion with their department, leadership about that as well, trying to get them upgraded to get them more money. As a part of that conversation, the interesting thing was that there's a PCT who works on the cardiac unit, who the halter techs have given some individual training off the record to help them do some of the readings or something. And management authorized it, and the person did not get the PCT didn't get any compensation for the training, and had been doing work as a halter tech. So I found that out during the last meeting that I had with them. So I reached out to that person because I felt like, one, he should have gotten paid for the training, but two, when he does the work as a halter tech, as opposed to a PCT, he's working outside of his job classification. So he should be getting some out of job class pay. So I'm trying to get the number of hours that they've actually had him doing this work. Because I asked for the information for the last 2 years, because he says he's been doing the halter stuff for at least the last 2 years, if not longer. But he's a grade, I believe the PCT is a grade 15, I believe it is. I don't have it written in front of me, but I believe it's a 15, and the halter tech is a grade 34. So, he's doing work in a job classification that's twice what his is, or at least more than what his is. Not to say he need to get that much more pay, but he should get more money because he's not doing the whole job, but he's doing part of that job. So with him doing the work in that other job that's higher, much higher than his, he deserves some money. So again, I'm pushing to one, see if I can get the halter techs additional money, as well as this young man who's been working who's a PCT working, doing a halter tech job as well, get him additional money as well. The other thing with that is they're behind because they feel like they're short staffed. They're behind on getting these recordings to the physicians, and the physicians are kind of complaining about that. And that's kind of what brought all this to a head in the first place. And they believe they need to hire more people, which I agree. And I'm trying to push them to hire some more halter techs as well. And they don't offer them consistent overtime to help them catch up on the work or keep from falling behind. So it's like every now and then they'll come to one person and ask them to do some work, or that one person may be working on something and say, hey, I need to stay over. Can I stay over? That's the extent of the overtime for them. So, overtime is being offered throughout the hospital all over the place. Bonuses is being given to different areas, all over the place. So these guys should be no different. They should be able to get some overtime and bonus money, as well. So working on that. And last thing is LPNs. So the LPNs just had they wanted to update their job description. So there wasn't a lot of changes to the job description. It's rewriting the job description. It's almost like, where they say that the LPN, can do this, and they change it from can to shall do, or stuff like that. So it wasn't a whole lot of changes. But what they did do was, as we know, most of you guys know, been there a while, they've been eliminating the LPN position for a while. So there's only 2 LPN 1s at the hospital. Everybody else is an LPN 2. So they bumped up the 2 LPN 1s. They made them an LPN 2. And then 19 there's 21 LPNs, 19 out of the 21 LPNs will also get an increase in pay. So they were happy with that, that they were getting an increase. And the two LPN ones, they both felt like they were already doing LPN 2 work anyway, because from their understanding, the only difference was the medication test that you had to take. So although they were already given medication, they had not taken the test because the hospital just didn't make provisions for them to take the test. And now they've made provisions for them to take the test. They both have already passed the test, and they just had not bumped them up to the 2 because they wanted to do this review of the job description. So all of that is now done, and we signed off on that. The LPNs are happy that they're getting the increase. And the 2 people who did not get the increase, the reason that they didn't get an increase is when they looked at the zone that they were putting them in, both of them was already like $3 an hour above what that zone was. So that's kind of why they were not getting the increase, but everybody else got an increase. So that's of course, there's a lot of grievances that's still going. Oh, I would say this too, when I talk about the grievances. I just got back from Maureen, 3 grievances this morning, and responses. We've already had the meetings on them and stuff, so I'll be bringing these people to the next grievance committee meeting. But the issue is, if you guys remember, I talked about how people have been terminated who they've seen on video leaving the building, and while their shift is still in place. And the hospital has been using the terminology that says that you falsify, destroyed, or damaged your time record as the catalyst for terminating them. And all of these 3 cases have that as a catalyst for their particular grievance. Different scenarios, but all that's in there. That's why they would end up being terminated. So we have been filing the grievances, and I've been pushing the issue that they have not provided us with any proof that anybody falsified, destroyed, or damaged their time record, because they punch in like they're supposed to, they punch out like they're supposed to. There's no record of them tearing up a time card, manipulating the time clock or the computer or anything like that. So there's no proof or evidence of falsification, or damaging. So that's been the argument. So in all the responses, as I read them, it talked about prior practice where the hospital has used this same policy for terminating people who they see on the video camera. And that's why they're continuing to use that process, because a person, the falsification that they're saying is that Marshall left the building for 2 hours and came back and punched out and went home. But Marshall didn't tell nobody he was leaving the building. He didn't give anybody he didn't ask anybody if he could leave the building, if he could leave the department or leave the hospital. So therefore, Marshall left the impression that he was at work for those 2 hours that he was gone, and Marshall got paid for those 2 hours. That's what a falsification is, because he didn't tell nobody, didn't get approval to leave for those 2 hours that he was gone. And now he comes back as if he was here working. That's the falsification. So again, I'll be having some conversation with King about the way it's written, the past practice, and the way I interpret the falsification versus the way they're interpreting the falsification. So I think that, again, like I told them during the meetings, I feel like maybe you have a right to discipline me for being gone for those 2 hours, and you can discipline me for being on an unauthorized break. But should you discipline me for falsifying something or destroying something, which I didn't do, and you can't prove it? So we have to see where we land with that. But those 3 cases should be coming to the grievance committee, shortly. But that's the response that I got from all those that I had pushed down that road. So that's all I got, you guys. I know I was long-winded. I had a lot to cover, but that's where I'm at.
Winston.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what you just said right there, are they randomly checking the cameras to see if people doing that, or were they being disciplined first before they went and looked at that?
They were being disciplined for something. So in one scenario, they were looking for an EVS worker, and they couldn't find her. So they pulled the camera, and it showed that she was gone 5.5 hours. When I saw the video, she leaves the front of the hospital, goes down to the bus stop. And when you see her leaving the front of the building, you know, she has bags and stuff in her hands. And I'm just going to say she look a certain way. Okay. Because her hair is done a certain way. She has a hat on or whatever, but her hair is done a certain way. When she comes back 5.5 hours later, she comes back through the emergency room entrance, and the camera there picks her up, and she don't have all the bags that she left with, but she has a new hairstyle. So I can't say that she wouldn't got her hair done, but I can just say that when she went out the building, she looked one way. When she came back, she looked another way. She was gone 5.5 hours. Now she says that she left and she went to visit a family member who was in the hospital. But again, she didn't ask for authorization to leave. She didn't share with anybody that she was gone. And when she came back, it was at the end of her shift. So it's time for her to punch out and go home. So different situation where a guy was, he said that he didn't take his lunch break as assigned. He took his lunch break at the end of his shift. So they knew he was taking a late lunch break. And when he took his late lunch break, he took it an hour, it was like an hour and a half actually, before his shift ended. So he took his lunch, he left, he went, they got him going out of the building. They got him showing up on camera at Brooklyn, getting his car. They have him showing back up in the emergency room where the ambulance entrance is, pulling up to park. And then he comes in the building, he goes to EVS, he punches out, and he goes get back in his car and go home. But he never asked for a break. He never told anybody he was leaving. Didn't say nothing to anybody when he got back. So when they realized that he was gone, they pulled a camera and they disciplined him. So they both got terminated for the same thing. Different scenarios, but same thing. He was gone for like an hour, like hour and a half, I'm gonna say, hour and 10, 20 minutes. But she was gone 5.5 hours. So it's a whole different story with her.
Any other questions? So it's almost 1 o'clock. I'll say we take a 15-minute break, come back, I'll give my report, which I've already given part of it. Then we'll pick up, let's pick up at 1:15. Anybody got a problem with that?
No, real quick for those folks who are in PG County, I'll just tell you, so Carolyn, you said something about the Kentland Community Center. So Kim went over there, they're all out of tests. So the next stop is at 3 o'clock. So
DC is giving out tests too. I don't know if they still have them, but at the most library. So I went to the one up on Petworth, and I went down by Walter P. Daniels, and I saw a line out there. The one at Petworth went, Tracy and I went, and we got through quick. No, not Tracy and I, Tracy and me and Valerie Thomas. We went up there. It was a line, but it went quick. They gave us two home tests. There's 2 tests in each box, so that was 4. And then they gave us 2 that you could mail out. In DC, that's how they were doing it. But the line went pretty quick. You just had to show you as a DC resident.
when did you do it though, Dan? Because I think the last day was yesterday, and that's why I didn't mention it today.
Yeah, it was yeah, we did ours like last month.
Yeah.
I went and got them like last month. So I don't know if they out or what, but that's what they were doing. Okay, so let's break for 15 minutes. Give people restroom breaks or get something to eat or whatever. Then we come back. My report is not going to be long because, like I said, I went through some of it. But it's just some issues I want us to bring to people's attention on what to tell the members and everything like that. So let's come back at at 1:15.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Fly on over to
Well,
buzzrx.com
we had
now. BuzzRx.com.
two boys.
Prescription prices that won't sting.
I would have called yesterday, but
I could have called. Yeah.
increase later.
Never. Once you're insured, you're raised locked in for life. You can get whole life insurance with options starting at just $9.95 a month.
I'm gonna
Have you
call
thought
them
about life
and I'm gonna
insurance right
call
off?
you back.
Don't regret
No,
what you
but
didn't
not
do
today.
yesterday. Call
I'm gonna
now.
call
Feel
them.
great about saying yes today.
I will do.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary plan. Call
Yes.
1-800-819-2232
And give my sister out
for
there
free
a walk.
information and your free gift.
A little
That's
bit.
1-800-819-2232. Call
She
now.
ain't hanging with me. Yeah. Hey, but I ain't gonna hold you with one day.
Is everybody back?
I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm giving one more minute.
What's up? What's up? It's your man ET.
Okay, so we're about to get started. About to get started.
Oh man.
All right, so let me start my report, and it shouldn't be long because a lot of this stuff I covered after we read the minutes. But we talked about the COVID thing, and I'm glad Marshall gave an update on what's happening at Children's. But I just want to it's good to have people that you can talk, run ideas and get different opinions, and I think Marshall and I have been doing that. And so we did talk about this COVID issue at Children's, and I did have a concern about it because I think Children's is trying to put the weight on the employees, our members, because if let's take away the COVID, because we gave each other an example. Let's not talk about COVID. Say I have to have a driver's license to do my job, right? A valid driver's license to do my job. And I don't, and the government takes my driver's license away. Now the employer doesn't know it, but the government takes my driver's license away for whatever reason. Then I will have an obligation to tell my employer that I no longer have a driver's license, right? They're not going to contact the employer. They're telling me. So in the same way, I think this COVID stuff may go, may take that direction, which means is they don't tell the company that I don't have my license or my license has been revoked. They just tell me. So then I think it falls on me to tell my employer that I no longer have, that my license has been revoked. And so, but that's up to the person. But if they ask us, I think we need to let them know. And I'm glad Carolyn on here, and I'm not gonna put her on the spot, but when she was sitting on the respiratory therapy board, and she may still be, I think they decided that people had their license and their license was still valid. So I don't know if the government, take respiratory therapists, I don't know if the government notifies Carolyn Group that this license is has been revoked or whatever. But I think it's going to fall down to that it's the person's responsibility to notify the employer that they no longer have their license. So Carolyn, if you want to speak on that, you can speak. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if you know anything about it.
Yes, the the Department of Health or DC Health will notify the hospital also. They notify the licensee and they notify hospital about the person's license has been suspended.
Okay, so let's talk. So now, do you know how they're doing it with the COVID? Say I applied for the exemption, I don't get it, and they say, okay, you don't have it, your license is revoked. Do you know? Can you find out if they then are obligated to tell the employer?
If it is denied, then they would let the employer know. But if it's
Okay.
pending, they would not notify them.
Okay, so can you check on that and make sure, because what Marsha is saying is they not notifying the hospital.
Okay, I can check on that.
Okay. So that'll help us with that.
Mm-hmm.
So let me
something?
just be clear. I didn't say that they're not notifying them. I'm saying that the hospital said they have not been notified.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be people are pending, as Carolyn just said, not that they've been denied yet.
Okay.
They just be pending.
So Carol, I want to ask you another question. Say I get notice that my license has been revoked.
Mm-hmm.
What are my obligations?
To stop working?
That's my obligation is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think we're saying the same thing in a different way.
If you've been notified by DC Health that your license has been revoked for any reason, then you are obligated to stop working. And if you continue to work, you will be brought before the board for a hearing.
Okay. See, that's my concern. That's my major concern. So, but we might need to let people know that. The people who has been revoked, whose license has been revoked, we may need to tell them what the consequences may be.
It's stated in their letter that they receive what the consequences are.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We've had that case before.
Okay. So Marshall, are these people getting letters?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
When they're told that their license has been revoked, or whatever, do they get letters?
They get a letter.
And the letter says you've been revoked. Does the letter say what you have to do?
Yeah, remember I said to you, I don't have the answer to that because when I asked the people that question, they refused to give me the answer.
The member refused to give you the answer?
Right.
Oh man. Okay.
So that's why I said I don't have the answer. I can just tell you, I know people personally who requested an exemption. Their exemption was approved by Children's.
Okay.
But it was denied by DC government.
Okay.
They received a letter letting them know that their license was suspended.
Okay.
And I asked them the same question I was asked earlier. Did they give you an opportunity to go and get the license, to go and get a shot since they're not approving your exemption? They wouldn't answer that question.
Okay.
Did they tell you that you have to contact your employer to let them know that your license was suspended?
Okay.
They didn't answer that question either.
They said themselves.
Right. So when I spoke with Children's, I didn't tell them that I know Carolyn Williams and her license was suspended. I just asked Children's, have they heard from the DC government about anybody who's been denied the exemptions? And they said thus far, they have not heard from DC government about anybody whose license have been denied.
And nobody has come to them and said my license has been denied. I mean, my request has been denied.
Correct. They came to me asking the questions.
Okay. Man, I like to say they better be careful.
Correct.
Because they can be terminated. See, in my opinion, they could be terminated because they're withholding information that's pertinent to their job or being qualified to do their job. That's all I'm saying. They can make that decision on their own. But Marshall, you and I talk about it a little later. But that's the concern I have.
I'm with you. We're on the same page.
Hey, Marshall.
Yes.
Dan and group brother. You know, we have a similar case to that coming up, it doesn't have to do with the exemption, but you remember me talking to you about the guy that they found out that his license had expired through DCRA, and they suspended him, and Denise wanted to term him because they brought up some policy. I never did want to read it, that it's in the hospital policy that if you're required to have a license, you must keep it current.
Right.
And if you don't, then you're subject to discipline up to termination. So they suspended this guy for like 3 or 4 days, and then when he went to DCRA and verified that the portal was there and blah 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 and all of that, but they still suspended him. But Denise wanted to term him, until I got involved and contacted DCRA myself. But I'm just saying this is a similar situation to where if a person hasn't notified them or that person license is not active and they're continue to working, what the hospital was saying and legal is saying that they're being put at risk.
Yeah, Wash. I mean, that's my thing. So look, I'm gonna have to put you all on hold for like 2 minutes. I got a member called about an emergency. So I just want to call her to see if it's really an emergency or can I get back with her? Okay. Now, if you all want to go to the, if Mike want to give the committee report, then he can get a committee report and I should be back by then. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, Mike.
Mike went to help his son put his stuff in the car, Dan.
Okay. Well,
Because he's going back to
Just
school
put you on
today.
hold. I'm just gonna put you on mute for a moment. Hello? I'm sorry. Look, man, I just had this,
She called Tina.
and I'm not gonna use their name, but this member just called. And I thought the department was calling her to come to a meeting to ask her questions. So I'm going through all this. Then I come to find out the member is requesting the meeting. So I just had to tell her to cancel that meeting. And so I just had to cancel the meeting. So I'm back. So Tina, I think she had called you also. So if she called you back, just tell her to cancel that meeting.
She called me and told me that they wanted a meeting with her at 2:30. She didn't say she wanted a meeting.
No, she the one that was trying to schedule a meeting. Because somebody accused, Tracy was right here listening to me. Somebody accused her of being a bully or saying that she's gonna have her daughter come up there and whip the person's ass or something.
Yeah.
So she called the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
The member called the meeting.
Oh, she told me her supervisor called her and stated that she wanted to have a meeting with her today at 2:30. And that's why I told her, I said, well, I'm not in. And I asked her to reach out to Tracy to see if Tracy can get her
Right. Now, I think she scheduled a meeting and then the supervisor probably said, I can meet you at 2:30. So I told her to cancel the meeting. I told her to cancel that meeting.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Where were we at? We were finished with the COVID thing, right? Discussion. So now reclassifications at the hospital. I already talked about the we're gonna be looking at the emergency department people, the PCT, CV techs, and the hospital is interested in creating, I think I told you all this before, creating a lead cook position and a lead caterer position. The supervisor who was over catering, Terza Shirley now, she got married. She took a position on the floor, but she's still over catering. So I think what they're trying to do is get some assistance for her. So they want to make a lead caterer. And then they want to do what they should have done in the past, have a lead cook. So those would be 2 upgrades for the people who applies for those positions. I have we have an arbitration scheduled for February the 16th. That's Desiree Bryant's case. Desiree Bryant is the young lady that worked in dietary who the supervisor accused her of saying she wasn't going to do her job. And she had, this is the case where one witness said that she didn't say it, and then the witness come back and say, nah, she said it. If y'all remember that case. So that's February the 16th for anybody interested in attending. And I don't know how we're gonna do it. I don't know if we're gonna do a Zoom.
I'll be there.
Okay, so I don't know if we're gonna do a Zoom or live, but that's the date. This is the second round of the, and as y'all see, it takes a long time to get these arbitrations scheduled. So I'm trying to move them as soon as possible. Now there's a case we have, which I tried to schedule and it's still going on. That's the case of Denisha Adams. And Denisha, I think we voted to take her case. We didn't, I don't think. We voted to take her case. She's the one where one of the nurses said she was afraid of her, and they said that she didn't help. When they were short, they said that she didn't help, that she was just in the room looking at the computers and everything like that. Well, we were trying to get that case set, and we still are, but Miss Adams has informed me that she just that she's taking classes to be a phlebotomist, and I think she said her classes is over I think the 29th or something like that, and that she'll just be interested in coming back to work without any back pay. She said, I just want to come back to work. And so I'm gonna talk to the hospital about something like that to see if they would guarantee her a position as a phlebotomist when she finished her training, or even as a PCT to see if we can resolve this. If not, we'll just go ahead and proceed This young lady just said, she said, I'm not worried about back money. I just want to get back to work. So we'll be looking at that. The bonus is over. I think December 31st was the last day for the perfect attendance bonus. So I think the new one, the new one started January the 1st. As you know, people are already asking me about will the time that they missed for the snow, for the storm, will that impact their perfect attendance bonus? And I think it will impact it because it's perfect attendance. So you gotta be there every day. There's some people who made it through the snow and they're still eligible for the perfect attendance. Now the issue might be, are they gonna consider any tardiness if I came in late? And if they're gonna consider that as a call out or if I didn't make it. Now, sometimes the hospital center will come back and say, look, we're not gonna consider this. If you came to work late, but you got here, we're not gonna consider it as a tardy. But you usually don't know until I'm at that point. So I get 6 tardies. Say I hit number 7, but we go back and look, and one of those was the day of a big snow or something like that. Sometimes they consider that because I still came to work. I was just late because of the transportation or something like that. But they're just not going to come out and say we're excusing it, because then people just won't come in during the snow because they say, oh, it's going to be excused anyway. So they won't do that. But if it for unusual circumstances, sometimes they'll give a waiver or they'll consider that if I go over. And all the rest of my times are legitimate reasons for being over. And that may be one that they consider. Sometimes they'll say, okay, well, we won't count this one. But right off the bat, they don't say that. But the new attendance, perfect attendance starts, I think, January the 1st for the next 3 months. And people do look forward to that. Now, we still have a lot of people, members. And y'all, we don't put out leaflets, we don't put it in the newsletter about union representation. I don't know what else we can do except maybe put out, maybe we can get some cards made that we get to all our members about their right to union representation. And the hospitals, both hospitals are getting slick, more so the Washington Hospital Center, because we be telling people, if you call into a meeting, ask what the meeting is about, ask can you be disciplined, and then request union representation. So I think a lot of people think that just means when the supervisors or your department calls you in. But what has been happening, employee relations have been calling people to meet. And people don't look at it as the same. So they just go in there and talk to employee relations. But that holds true also for employee relations. I don't care if the president of the hospitals called you in for a meeting. If you think it could lead to you being disciplined or an investigatory meeting, you can ask for union representation. So we got to get that out to the members, because a lot, and what's surprising me is a lot of people, we've even had shop stewards do it, who have come to the shop steward training. We tell them you want a union representative, but I know a couple of shop stewards went in without union representation. So we have to do a better job of getting that information out. Now, during the snow, an issue came up about mandatory overtime. And I think we put stuff out about mandatory overtime again, but just to refresh your memory, the hospitals have a right to assign mandatory overtime. They first should ask for volunteers. Then they should, if they don't get volunteers, they should go by inverse order of seniority. And then if they don't get enough there, then they can do mandatory overtime. So now in Leon's department, during the snow, I think, well, I almost have that. A number of people, a big number of people called out. And so they told people you have to stay. Now, in that instance, they didn't ask for volunteers. They didn't go by inverse order seniority because they said they needed everybody to stay. They were telling everybody, you need to stay. And I got in discussion with a couple of people. One guy said, you know, I got a part-time job and I can't stay. And I told him, you got a decision to make. What job is more important? And you need to have a legitimate reason. So I don't know if he stayed or not. I haven't heard from him. So either he stayed or they're not doing any discipline on people. But they should ask for volunteers. If they don't get volunteers, then they should go by inverse order seniority. And if they don't get enough by that, that's when they usually can evoke mandatory overtime. So any questions about that?
Yeah. Yeah, like with that, I mean, I have a problem, especially like I said down in SPD, because it's like she calls it for anything. You know, we got too many sets left, we got this left, or well, I mean, I understand, like you say, the call outs and things of that nature, but it's like they call it when they want to call it, and it's like it's no one. It's just out of hand. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, well then you need to keep a count of it, but she still had to ask for volunteers first.
She never does.
Okay, that's when you file a grievance, Rob.
Yeah.
If she don't ask for volunteers first, she's violating the contract.
Yeah.
You can't let her violate the contract. So if she say it's mandatory overtime, and she go to you and say, Rob, you got to stay. You should say, did you ask for volunteers? And then if she say, yeah, I didn't get them, you say, well, who's the least senior person? Did you tell them they had to stay? Right?
Yeah, true.
It's up to you and make it mandatory. So if you do, the next time she do it, file a grievance.
I will.
Okay. Now, I hope everybody got the leaflets about the meeting Saturday, the membership meeting. So as you all know, the membership meeting is Saturday. Tina was able to get True Auditorium, and I think we still have it, right, Tina?
Yes, we still have it.
Okay, so and as you all know, this is also the meeting where we gonna where the ballots are going to be counted. So the ballots will be counted after the meeting. So the meeting is, as you all know, from 2 to 5. So at 5 we will close the meeting, and then MK election service will count the ballots. We did put out a leaflet this week or last week that if you didn't get a ballot, there was a number that you could call, and they would check with this office to see if the person was paying dues, and then they were verified, and they would send that person a ballot. The ballot, they said they could get the person the ballot within 2 mailing days. And so some people came to me about it. So we did a leaflet to pass out to the members. And if they didn't get the ballot, they could call. And I called the number, and the number would tell you is MK Election Services. And then it specifically say, if you are a member of SEIU Local 722, please dial 1. And then it'll go to 1, and it'll tell you what you needed to do to get a ballot. So hopefully everybody who wanted to vote will get an opportunity to vote. Some people had a concern about the names on the back of the ballots, and I asked on there about that, and she said that's so they can verify that the person got a ballot. But when they open these ballots, all of that's going to be discarded, and to my understanding, and so nobody would know how you voted. But we'll be there to see it go into action, and because it's the meeting, anybody want to come in and witness it can come and witness it. I don't know how many people coming, but we are going to try to practice safe distancing. I asked Ornay to have the thermometers ready so we could take temperatures, and everybody had to have a mask. So who's coming. So we're going to try to be safe about it, but we want to give an opportunity to people to attend. Now, it's kind of late, but Dwayne said that we could have live videoed it or whatever, but I don't know if we can do that now because we won't get the information out to people about doing it, but maybe we can record it when they're doing the vote, and maybe we can post it on the website if that's what you all want to do, so people can actually see how it's done. So even for the future, if we do this, they'll know how it's done. So any questions on that? Okay. So somebody have a question? Deborah?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not a question, just a comment. I think videotaping it would be good because I think the members would like to see the process of how an election is carried out.
Okay. I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't know how we can do it. Maybe I can just use my what the thing, the Chrome or something, or I'll talk to Dwayne about the best way to do it, and then we can have it posted on the website.
Okay.
Tina, that's a close up of you.
Tina, I see your ear.
You doing some hair or something? Oh, she cut it off, man. Okay, so that's I was thinking about that, Deborah. So just for historical purposes or whatever.
Yes.
You might can tape it and just put it on the so even you can tape it if you want, and we'll put it on the website. But I'll talk to Dwayne about the best way to do that. Because he said something about how good a service you get down in that auditorium. And I don't know. But when we open up for the count, then we may do that, okay? Anybody else? Okay. Now the hospital center also contacted me about they're going to do they're going to do a commitment bonus for the lab, which includes the phlebotomy and I think the people in the back. So if they take additional hours, they'll get additional pay. But we haven't talked about what the pay is going to be. But that's a good thing. Any commitment bonus they want to give, we're going to take it because it's money that people weren't expecting to get. So we definitely not going to turn any of that down. Now, as you all know, this is an election year.
Sorry, Dan, I have a question on that if you get a chance. With the commitment bonus, like you said, I know like you see like certain departments and stuff like that, but reading in the paper I have in front of me, it says the hospital will be offering associates represented by SEIU the voluntary option to sign up for additional shifts described below, like that in this paperwork. So the reason why I'm asking because I have individuals that are.
Hey, Bob, can you turn yours down just a little?
I'm sorry, I'm not too loud.
You don't know. Yeah, it's kind of loud.
I'm sorry about that.
And what were you saying?
How about now?
That's a little better. But what were you saying?
I say, with the commitment bonus, I don't see like certain departments, but the reason I'm asking because on the paper it says that the hospital is offering it to associates represented by SEIU, with to sign up voluntary options in these areas.
Hello? Hello? Is it just me or did Rob break off?
He disappeared.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Okay. Well, let me, I don't know what his question is, but let me say this. The department they offer it in, they have to come to us first. So a department just can't say, we're gonna offer commitment bonus. They gotta come to us first. And notify us this is what they wanna do. You got a paper where your department is saying they got a commitment bonus, Rob, I need to see it.
No, I'm not saying my department. I'm talking about the ones that you handed out on that paper with SPD, the PCTs and stuff like that. But I'm saying in that area like SPD, you had on this paper it just says associates represented by SEIU. It doesn't say that you had to work like be an associate in our department, because I was just saying I have individuals that are working overtime in these areas. So I was wondering, do they qualify for that bonus also?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, because on the paper it doesn't say that you have to be an associate in that department. It doesn't say anything like that.
I think the associates in that department should have the first opportunity to do the commitment bonus. Okay, so now in your department, I understand what you're saying. Let's look at it this way. Overtime in the department, right? I think that they should go to the people in their department first. You got overtime. I think they should go to Dan, who works in environmental services. Dan, you want to do some overtime. I think they should go to people in the department if they want to do overtime. Same with the commitment bonus. And then some departments different because there's nobody else in the hospital that probably can do CD Tech work. You understand? Like phlebotomy, maybe there's somebody who know how to do phlebotomy. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody who know how to do. I think that they should go to the people who actually work in the department first.
Yeah, I mean, but some of the people that they do have licenses for SPD. Like we have people on our side that have license for SPD that does the case cards. So a lot of them are volunteering over there on that side to work doing instruments. So that's why I was asking, should they be getting paid the bonus also?
I don't think they're gonna get paid the bonus.
They just gonna get the overtime.
They just get the overtime.
Okay. Yeah, because on the paper it doesn't state that.
No, they're just gonna get the overtime. They're not gonna get the bonus.
Okay.
Now, if I'm an SPD tech and I take extra hours, overtime plus the bonus.
I mean, I understand that part. Like I say, these people are case card technicians. Right. They have SPD licenses. That's what I'm saying.
They don't work in that department. They don't work in that department. That's not their assigned department. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I understand that, but the paper doesn't indicate that at all. That's why I'm asking.
Right. Well, okay. That's my answer.
Yeah, I just think it's a question that should be brought up.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody else? Okay. I was talking now. Now look, this is a election year for a lot of politicians. And they've been calling me, and I haven't been telling them anything because I'm not going to be the president when these elections come on, right? But we've already given Veronica Turner some money, but Walla Blagay has been calling me. I haven't returned her call yet. Because I'm waiting to see what our state council is going to do. There's some of you might have met Walla. She works for DCNA as a lawyer, as an attorney, and she's running for office. I forget what I forget. Marsha may remember. I forget what section she's working for.
She's running for a council seat in Prince George's County.
Yeah. I've been calling people to try to get the rundown on Walla, and a lot of, I don't want to say a lot, but more than I anticipated. They're telling me they're not impressed with Walla because of her attitude and her demeanor. But she's a union person, so I've been holding on. But I have been hearing about her attitude, like some people might say it's a good thing, some may say it's a bad thing, but like Vincent Gray wouldn't even meet with her. We tried to set up a meeting with all the labor people, and he said if Walla come, he wasn't gonna come. Then we had some other people, union people, say they're not enchanted with Walla. So that's one person. Now the other person that called me is they didn't call me personally, but the representative for Angela Alsobrooks called, and they want us to endorse her early, right? Now, to my understanding, I don't think anybody is running against her. And even if they're running against her, I don't think they are going to beat her, right? So I think it would be good if we give her an early endorsement. We've always endorsed her, but they want us to, they say that 722 endorsement would mean a lot to them, and they want to see if we can early endorse. So I say, I'll bring it to you all, but if you don't want to early endorse, then you can just not early endorse and talk about it later. But I had invited her to come and speak, but she's up at session in Annapolis. But I still told them I'll bring it to you all as the executive board to see if we want to do an early endorsement. So you all want to discuss that, or you don't want to discuss that, or what?
Let's discuss it. I'm for it myself.
Does anybody want to talk against endorsing it? Not talk against it, but anybody want to do something else or not endorse? Okay, does someone want to make a motion that we endorse Angela Alsobrooks for county exec?
I make a motion that we endorse Angela Alsobrooks for county exec and give the appropriate donation that we can.
Okay.
I second.
Probably moving second. Question on the motion? Question on the motion? Question on the motion? Hearing none. Anyone against the motion? Abstain.
Yeah, one.
You against it, Wash?
That's right.
Wash is against it. Abstentions. Anybody? Well, first of all, moving slow. Anybody else against the motion? Abstentions.
Well,
Rob abstained. Okay, that's it. Okay. Now, as other, there's gonna be, you all gonna have to make some decisions because the mayor in DC position is up. The county exec for Montgomery County is up. The county exec for Prince George's County is up. And there's some other seats that's up in Maryland and DC. So our state council may have interviews with these people. And we will let you all know as soon as we can so you can get on. We did one for the governor of Maryland, and Marsha was on it. And you said, who else was on it, Marsha? Me and you? And
I was actually the only person from 722 that was on.
Okay.
But there had some, there were some other people who live in Prince George's County that I had invited to get on. They got on as well, but they weren't 722 members.
Well, it's good. I mean, that's good that you did that. I mean, did they respond? Right. Did they respond to you and
yes,
give you their opinions?
Yes, I sent this. We did the surveys. Yeah. We're sending the surveys out to the people so they can get written responses. But the verbal responses, we did the governor. We also did the comptroller, and there's one Senate seat that we did. So, but I sent out the information a little while back. We had a Zoom meeting where members could get on and ask questions and so forth. And, people had an opportunity to get on, and it was just, it was probably, I want to say it was about 300 people who actually got on totally. But the majority of them was either from 32BJ or 1199. Because there is a lot of folks who actually came from the Baltimore corridor that joined. But we had some members to ask some questions, and we had a panel of people who asked questions. We asked each candidate the exact same questions. And then after they were over, we took questions from the members to see how they felt about it. And yeah, then we're sending out a written poll to see what people's response was.
Okay. Now I was on the one for the I think I was on the one for the governor. And we waiting to see about the state's attorney general. That's the one where Brown is running. Anthony Brown is running for that. He came to for those who came to the party. He came to the party. Angela Alston came to the party, and Tom Hucker came to the party. I like Tom Hucker, but I have a concern because the Democrat that Tom Hucker is running against has only been there for 4 years. You know, they have a term limitation, and I don't live in Montgomery County. I don't know if any of y'all live in Montgomery County, so I don't know how the county exec is doing, but usually they run their 8-year term. So I was hoping my hopes would be that Tom didn't run this term. We always back Tom Hucker with FED because he's very progressive. But I'm hoping he don't run, but it looked like he already announced that he's gonna run. But you all gonna have opportunity to talk to some of these people. I know a lot of us don't like being political, don't want to give politicians money, but that's just the way of the world. Everything is political. Everything, believe me, I was the same way, but everything is political. So, and as you may know or may not know, I think Marsha is finding out that 722 endorsement means a lot to people. To some people, that means a lot. And they're gonna hound you all about the endorsements. So you gotta pay attention, and we gotta get more involved in this political stuff. People are calling me, and I'm telling them that we gotta go through our process. So that's what I've been telling them. But with Angela also Brooks, I was pretty sure we're gonna endorse her anyway, because I don't think anybody's gonna beat her anyway. So it looks good if we early endorse for her. Okay, so anything on the political front you all want to talk about?
See, I was just going to add that you know, all the stuff Dan's talking about, I definitely concur with. There's two separate pieces. One is from the Maryland DC COPE, and then the other is from the State Council. And it definitely, when Dan says that people want 722's endorsement and they want it early, you know, the Maryland DC COPE is kind of divided. So there's no, people have not came to a conclusion yet on who it is that they want to endorse in most of the races, because it's kind of early. But the candidates, typically 722 have been picking winners, right? And some of the other local unions have not, they've been endorsing this different people. So as an example, 722 endorsed one person, but 32BJ and 1199 endorse someone different, but they both endorse the same person. The 722 candidate end up winning. The person that 32BJ and 1199 endorsed didn't win. So part of our conversations has been in the meetings, we need to stop picking people who we just support because we think they're the right person. We need to start picking people who are actually going to win, who actually have a strategy to win and can do the work, you know, for the membership. So, you know, it's some of the same people are engaged during the COPE conversations that are also engaged in the State Council conversations, and some are not. So, you know, all of the people, the candidates who are running are definitely going to be hounding us, like Dan said, to try to get not just the endorsement and the money, but they're also going to be asking for boots on the ground to try to, you know, get out there and get the word out for them as well. So this is the season. So it's about to hit us. So we definitely have to start considering it.
Yeah.
That's it, Dan.
Okay, good. Now, we don't, what Marshall says is 100% correct, but we have not just endorsed people because they thought they were winning. We thought we endorsed people who was with our agenda, but had a good chance of winning. Because you just don't want to throw bad money out there. So, but we've been doing a good job. And we want to continue to do a good job. So, but we got to get more involved. We'll get you all more involved. Okay. So that's, I think that's it for me. So let's go to committee reports. Any committee reports?
I think Mike had to leave because he had to help his son get packed up, go back to school, take him to school, I think.
Okay.
So he told me to just give a report on the Christmas party, how he thought that the Christmas party was, or what he'd been hearing. We've been hearing that the Christmas party was good. Everybody was wearing their masks. Everybody did a good job of trying to keep their mask on most of the time, all the time. No incidents. And we didn't hear, I didn't hear, he didn't say that about a lot of complaints about anything. You know, some people thought the food could have been a little better, but some people say the food was good and the food was better. To me, I think it was a good party too. I like the space. I like all the space that we had. And I thought it was good. As far as the party. No incidents.
Great. Now, it's interesting because before the party, I was hearing a lot of things. One, I was hearing that the party was canceled, right? Secondly, I heard that this party was a retirement party for Dane, right? So, and neither one of them was true. So I was happy that we had a good turnout. We had a good turnout and it was a lively turnout. Then I heard that the Washington Hospital Center was telling people that if you went to the union's party, you had to be tested for COVID, right? And I mean, people just coming to me with that. So I went to Paul Hagen's and we was having a conversation. He said, Dan, how was the party? I said, man, I had a good time, and people say they had a good time. I say, but they said that if you went, that you all were gonna test them for COVID. He said, Dan, we ain't say nothing like that. We said nothing like that. So there are people who try to sabotage stuff. There's people who try to put bad words on stuff and everything like that. But the people that I talked to said they had a really good time. And he might have to say, I think that was one of the better ones that we had. It wasn't crowded. People had a good time. For the most, people were trying to keep their mask on. There were some people, sometimes the mask would slip down or whatever, and I would go over and I asked them to put it up. Only one person gave me some mouth about it. But as far as I know, people say that the party was nice. So, and if anybody come to you because somebody said something about the money, what do we do with the money that for 2 years we didn't have the party, but each year we designated money for the party? That's not true. The down payment for this party was the same down payment that we used a year or two ago. It's just that when we couldn't have it, Martin Crosswind would not give us the down payment back. They said that they will hold it until we actually had the party. So it was the same down payment that was being held like a year or two ago. So there was no additional money. Mm-hmm. And I believe that they have already sent to the union a contract for this year. If you are going to have a party this year, they already sent a contract for us to go over if you all decide you're going to have a party this year. Because you want to, if you're going to have it, you want to get that date as soon as possible. So that's it about the party. Any questions? Any other committee report? Marsh, you already talked about AFRAN. Is there anything?
No, I was waiting till you finish.
Okay.
So as far as the national is concerned, you know, like we already talked about February 22nd, 23rd, having a meeting here in DC because we meet with Mary Kay and the international. But also in the month of February, AFRAN National and SEIU International is trying to work together to put a Black History program together for the month of February. The goal is to have every Saturday in February to have a online Zoom Black History something. I don't have much more details than that for right now. Like I said, I have a call this evening to get more information about it. But that's what they're attempting to do. If it's put together, properly, because I haven't been involved with putting it together. But if it's done, then they want to have it every Saturday in the month of February. And as soon as I get the Zoom information, because it'll be via Zoom, they are asking each region to host one of the Saturdays. So at some point, I'll be dealing with the Eastern region to determine what it is that we're going to do to host for our turn. But that's the thing for February. The other thing is a reminder that we, the Maryland, those of us who participate in Maryland, DC chapter of AFRAM, we got to make sure we get this bank account straight. We need to do that sooner than later, because the way they're going to do stipends going forward, if you don't have a AFRAM bank account, you won't get a stipend. So we want to make sure that we don't lose any revenue that we should be getting. I know we haven't had in-person meetings that much since COVID started, but we have to do a little more communicating to see how we're going to move forward, because we don't want AFRAM to fall by the wayside. Because if nothing else, we have midterm elections coming and we have the next presidential election coming, and we're going to have to be on board for those things, because the social and economic justice agenda that AFRAM has, or AFRAM would like to have, needs to be pushed forward to the international to make sure that they're on the same page. Part of the issue that people have been having when they're the complaints about people not receiving hazard pay, is a result of the disconnect between AFRAM and SEIU International, and how even SEIU International has presented hazard pay in trying to get it done through the government. So we've been having some issues with them about that. So we need to make sure that here in Maryland, DC, our chapter is doing everything we can to push and establish a good social and economic justice agenda. And then across each region, we're talking about doing the exact same thing. Because when we talk about holding people accountable, we need to hold SEIU accountable too, about things that they do. So they have done a better job of ensuring that the money that they spend, they're starting to spend some of the money in Black communities and with Black vendors whenever they have a conference. But making sure that across the nation, the social and economic justice for Black folks is being taken care of. So we just got to make sure we do our due diligence. That's it for AFRAM for right now. And then the newsletter. So I've been, again, sending the newsletters out, as rapidly as I can, still trying to get them out so that everybody receive them within the first, no later than like today. Want everybody to receive it by the executive board meeting of each month. So people who have articles, people who have things that they want to share, share that information with me as soon as you can so that I can get it out. And, things haven't changed. The 15th of the month, is when I need to get the information so I can get it out for the following month. So today's the 12th. So anything for the February newsletter would be, needed by the 15th. And you may have noticed that the last newsletter, Dan didn't have an article. And this newsletter, I didn't have Dan having an article. With him about to retire, it's kind of transitioning over. So that slot will still be remaining for whomever the next president is. So the president's report will come from there. So, but
I may send an article.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
sounds good. But so anybody who have information, do share it. Get it to me as soon as you can, so that we can get it in the next newsletter as well. The other thing is, in this last newsletter, you should have saw some information in there. In the January newsletter, you should have saw some information in there about a Black History program, a John Lewis Scholarship. I'm sorry, a John Lewis Scholarship. I had it posted, but it's actually for PG County residents. So it doesn't matter whether you work at in what institution or if you're part of the union at all, but anybody who's a Prince George's County resident can get that participate in that program. So if you see information around the areas where you are that we can share with the members that may not be associated with the with union work, get that information to me as well, so we can try to get that information out as well. And I know that we'll be coming up on our application soon for our scholarship, and I failed to give a report. There was a young lady, Miss Geit. She received a scholarship from us a couple of times, and when I gave a report on who all got the scholarships and all that kind of stuff. But since then, she actually sent us a card, and it's in my office. But she sent us a card thanking us for the scholarship that she got, and talked about how it's been very helpful for her to use that money to pay for those books. So her mom and dad has kind of helped to pay for her schooling, but she's been working part-time to help pay her portion. And that scholarship that we gave her helped her pay for some books. And she just wanted to thank us for the stuff. I just got that card in December when I received it from her personally. So just want to get that out there as well. But that's all I had.
So, Marshall, with the board, to the whole board, Tracy just notified me that of the newsletter was mailed out in January, only 3 have come back so far. And it might be more coming, but right now only 3 has come back. And they've been doing a good job on correcting these addresses. This something else. Oh, somebody's already asked me about the scholarship, and I told them usually in April we put it out. So people looking forward to that already. So I just want to respond to that. The other thing you said is they want the regions, the AFRAM regions as a whole to do something, or do they want their areas to do something?
No, each region to host. So basically, there's going to be, if the Zoom happens, then whichever weekend it is that the Eastern region has it, then someone from the East is going to be the narrator, for the program. So an Eastern region person would have it one Saturday, and then the Western region person would have it a different Saturday, and so forth. That's what they're trying to do.
Okay.
Nothing we would need to do other than being available to participate as members, and someone from the region, Eastern region, will be designated to help facilitate or run the program to keep things moving along as we go throughout the program.
Okay. So I see Mike is back. Hey, Mike, we gave a report on the party. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to say.
No, I hooked up with Leon the move, so I think he took everything.
Okay, good. Any other committee reports? Hearing none. Old business.
Yeah, Dan, I got you said about the meetings with the hospital. You don't have any more meetings set? Because I have a couple of members. I filed a couple of grievances, one in 1027 and 1116. Monique Murphy and Giuliani Cumby.
No, Cumby. Were any of them terminated?
No.
Okay. I think we were trying to set up Kombe.
Yes.
I think we were trying to schedule her, but something happened.
Okay.
So me and you talk, and I'll get that information from you, and then I'll call them about it.
Okay.
I do want to add something, Dan, especially when Leon mentioned about these grievances. Just a reminder to everybody, when you send your grievance forms in, to make sure that we get the person who you filed a grievance for, contact information for them, and a little blurb about what it's all about, because some of them are coming back kind of blank, and we don't know what it's really about. So it was helpful, we were doing a good job a little while back about making sure we got the information. But lately they've been kind of coming in kind of bland. So if we can remember to go back to making sure that we get that information, that'll be helpful.
Good point. Because I thought we were doing a good job when we have the shop steward training, and it seemed like everybody appears to understand it. But when they're doing these forms, they're still not doing it right. So we got to do a better job of training them. And then even sometimes, what you all may want to do, if you get one that's not good, that we actually sit down with the person. And which Tracy has been doing, not sitting down with them, but she will call them and say, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And they usually correct it. So we're trying to do better with that also.
Yeah, I just noticed, like, I noticed like when, so as an example, when Deborah sent hers, when I see the ones that Deborah sends on the fact sheet, she'll have a person's contact information on the fact sheet and a little blurb about what the grievance is about. So some people don't send the fact sheet, they'll just fax in the discipline itself. So with it, talk about time and attendance and blah, 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 but it doesn't, give anything kind of feedback about what the member had to say. But when she sends it and the fact sheet comes with it, there's a little something written on that fact sheet. So I don't have to kind of go through a lot of it to try to figure it out or try to figure out a phone number to reach that person. So that was kind of helpful. So that was happening with most people when I first took on this role, but now it's kind of starting to slack off a bit. So that's why I was trying to just remind people to, go back to it, because it's been very helpful, making it a lot easier for us to try to reach these people and get these grievances moving.
Okay.
Especially if it's a termination case.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're doing old business, right? Any more old business? New business.
Yeah, I have one. One member was talking about on the Space Stub, he saw where they use 16 hours of PTO and they call it sick and safe. PTO, sick and safe. He wanted to know what was that about. I told him I never seen it. I never seen it on my checks, but I will ask about it.
Sick and safe is ASLA.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And that's what I told him it might be. So, but he said he never called ASLA. He never called out and said he's using ASLA. So why would they use that?
Probably a coding issue.
Yeah.
The way whoever the manager was, how they coded it in the system. Because when we had the conversation with them, that's how they describe. They don't use the term ASLA like we do.
Right.
They use the term sick and safe leave.
Okay. But they only supposed to use it when you ask for it, though.
That's correct.
So he need to go back to them and find out why did they use it, because he swears up and down that he didn't ask them to use ASLA.
So it'd be helpful for us, Leon, if he can send us a copy of that pay stub that showed it. And then we had a conversation with them, we can actually deal with it from that angle.
Right. Okay. That'll work. You want me to ask him to send it to Tracy or send it to the office?
Yeah, either way. Either way, as long as we have it. So when we had a conversation with Paul, we can address it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So any more new business? Good and welfare. So we had and I usually don't bring this up, but we had a long-term member who just passed away. And I don't think you all know her, Miss Bessie Sly. And Miss Bessie Sly was one of them good members. So I just want to notify you all of that. And other than that, we were so, and I told Marsha this, I was so happy that he came back. But I have to say this, even while he was out, he stayed in contact with us. He continued to do his service. One time I said, Marshall, forget all that, man. Take care of your family. But he would call, and a couple of times I called him and I forgot it was like a 3-hour difference, but he would answer the phone. He would remind me that it was 3 hours different, but he would answer the phone. So we're happy to have you back, Marshall. More importantly, we're happy that everything is all right. Okay. So I wanted to say that. Anybody have a birthday coming up? We don't have to sing, because I know y'all don't like our singing. But anybody have a birthday coming
Kevin's coming up. When is it, Kevin?
The 18th.
The 18th?
Yeah.
19. Oh, 18?
Yes.
The 14th?
The 18th.
18.
Will you be 40 by then?
Nah.
How old you gonna be?
In my 30s.
Oh, he don't say, he just say in his 30s.
Happy birthday.
That means he's 39. That's what it, I mean, he's 38, about to be 39. But happy birthday, Kevin.
Oh, thank you.
I'm in my 30s too.
Anybody else?
I'm in my 30s.
All right. Oh, everybody in their 30s now.
I'm in my 30s too.
Okay.
Wait a minute, was that Mr. James?
Why did you say in his 30s? That's why he was out sick, trying to act like he was in his 30s.
Don't go there, Mr. Fields.
That's why he was out sick. Okay, any more good and welfare? Anything else coming to the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was something about a conference coming up this weekend for AFL-CIO.
Yes, I'm still trying to register. Only 2 people reached out to me, and that was you and Carolyn. So I'm trying to register y'all for this conference. Once I get it done, then I can send you all the link.
Okay.
Anything else? I'd like to thank you for your patience and your attendance. And everybody have a good day, stay safe, and stay healthy.
All right, nice one.
Okay.
Well, everybody stay safe.
Bye.
Bye.
Good day to everyone.
You too.
Good night. Have a great week.
See you Saturday.
Tina, you should have came to my shop to get your hair done.
That's funny. Look, I was trying, because I ain't want nobody to hear our conversations. I was trying to put them to my ear, and that's why I kept hitting the dang on thing.
I kept hearing you say, ouch, ouch.
Oh, no, she good. I'm tender-headed. I can't feel none of this.
All right, y'all have a good day.
All right, peace out.
All right, y'all.
All right, y'all have a good one. All right, Marshall.